And a good Wednesday, everybody! This is the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube at Mike Gill Show. What's up, one and all? We are with you on a Wednesday where the Phillies go deep and deep and deep again down in Tampa at George Steinbrenner Field. Phils beat the Rays last night with a couple of interesting contributors in the game. Is that a sign of things to come? We'll dive into that coming up this hour on the Sports Bash. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City will join us. Some breaking news with the Eagles, by the way. Breaking news a little while ago, but still breaking news today, as it looks like, well, it's not looking like, it will be, according to Jeff McClain from the Inquirer, Dallas Goedert will remain with the Philadelphia Eagles in 2025. He agreed to a $4 million salary cut today, and he will be back for $10 million. He will be a free agent next season. Dallas Goedert, that whole saga is officially in the book. So Goedert is back. This is a week after Howie Roseman said that he's a part of the team as we speak. It sounds like the stare down between Philadelphia and Dallas was won by Philadelphia again. Sorry, Dallas, including Dallas Goedert. Dallas lost that stare down. Apparently, they told him he could go try to find a trade. There wasn't really anything out there for him. The Eagles tried to trade him. They got nothing. We had Josina Anderson on back right after the Super Bowl. She had suggested that the Eagles were looking for a fourth-round pick for Goedert. That wasn't available to them. So he was on the team after the draft. A lot of confusion on what was going to happen. Roseman said he's part of the team as we speak. Didn't sound like a vote of confidence. I guess Goedert just came back, I don't want to say with his tail between his legs, but just didn't have the interest on him. Look, he's a 30-year-old guy who's missed 15 games over the last 3 seasons. His numbers are okay, 4 catches per game at about 50 yards per game. So I think we all realize Goedert's one of the better athletic tight ends, but the team just doesn't use him all that much. But now he's at 30 years old, and other teams are saying, well, we don't want to pay you that kind of money. We're starting to see what tight ends are getting paid, right? The tight end, George Kittle, he just got paid a big deal to stay with San Francisco. The tight end out in Arizona, got paid ridiculous money. So I think teams are kind of saying, hey, if you just paid McBride what they paid him, I don't want to have to be the one negotiating with Dallas Goedert. We'll wait till maybe he hits the free agent market to talk to him, but we'll see. So big news with the Eagles today. Big news by the Dallas Cowboys today. They make a trade to get George Pickens, the wide receiver, of course, from the Pittsburgh Steelers. He gets traded to Dallas. I think it was a 3rd and a 5th round pick. And this one's interesting because, I think Dallas is a team, especially in this area, that gets minimized because they're the Cowboys. And everybody who's an Eagles fan never will give the Cowboys any microcosm of credit. But this is a team that has now got CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens. How does that change their offense? We talked about a week ago, has Washington closed the gap? Is Dallas being overlooked? Have they closed the gap a little bit? Yesterday we talked about the betting odds, plus 800 for Dallas. I'm wondering if those odds have kind of changed now with George Pickens, how he impacts the betting market. Does that do anything? Hey, listen, they won 7 games last year, which isn't great, 7-10. They were decimated by injuries. If they're healthy, are the Cowboys a factor in the NFC East? Philadelphia, have they taken a step back? Washington, have they taken a step forward? And now you throw Dallas into that mix. Where is Dallas on the hierarchy after the trade today? Which I feel like this trade certainly makes them a better passing offense. They got weapons. Now, it also makes them a prime candidate to have drama in the locker room, right? Pickens is a complete malcontent. It's one of the reasons why Pittsburgh gets rid of him. It's not that he can't play. He's very good. He couldn't get the long-term contract, so he gets traded. Pittsburgh says, you know what, we don't need you around anymore with all the problems. We're not going to sign you long-term. 24 years old. Pickens wanted to stay in Pittsburgh. This is a guy who had nearly 3,000 yards, 12 touchdowns in 3 years. So he averages almost 1,000 yards a season. And look, this is a huge necessity for Dallas. They need a wide receiver opposite of CeeDee Lamb. No secrets there. This is the best weapon they've had across from CeeDee Lamb. Period, point blank. It's an area where Philadelphia has downgraded. They no longer have Darius Slay. So in the past, you might say, all right, you got Pickens and Lamb, you got Mitchell and Slay. This is a challenge now for Philadelphia to match up. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. That's the text board. If you want to hit me up, if you want to get involved, if you want to be a part of the show, I encourage you to do so. Love to have you on board. As always, your thoughts are welcome. 609-403-0973. Look, and we'll get into the football a little bit later on, too. Football at 4 on the way. Mosher is here today. I want to get his take on the NFC East now, what Pickens does in the NFC East as we kind of looked at the division odds on Tuesday with Adam. I also question this. You know, when you look at the Dallas Cowboys, are they a real factor in the NFC East? They have the third-place schedule. They are now healthy. Now, health is fluid, right? Health is always fluid, but they should have Dak Prescott back, and, you know, you could scoff at that if you want. They're a better team with Dak Prescott than they are with Cooper Rush, right? I think the biggest Dak hater can agree that they are better with Dak Prescott than they are with Cooper Rush. That's number one. Number two, they add George Pickens. That's better than all the stiffs they had out there at wide receiver last year. So they're better at quarterback. Their second wide receiver is definitely an upgrade. Their offensive line was kind of a mess last year. They did draft in the first round Booker, so that upgrades their offensive line. Their defense was decimated by injuries. Their secondary was a disaster last year based on a lot of injuries. So they get healthy up front and in the secondary. You know, last year they played games without Micah Parsons, and that's not going to help your defense be very successful. They had a lot of injuries up front to the defense of in the secondary on that team last year. So there was a lot of things last year that went wrong for that team. No question about it, right? There's no question that a lot of things went wrong for the Dallas Cowboys last year. But if they close the gap, we can get into it. 609-403-0973. That's the way to connect with us here on the Sports Bash. All right, I want to start little Phils from last night. A lot of thoughts on my mind with the Phillies last night. It was a very interesting game. Wheeler dealing last night. It might have been one of the best Wheeler starts of the season. A lot of people complaining that the Phillies took him out of the game last night. I didn't really have a big problem with that. You know, it's a regular season game in early May that he was kind of cruising in, and it felt like, look, if you have to rely on your starting pitcher to win that game for you in May, if you can't trust a 7-2 lead, that's a problem. All right, so I know Wheeler was dominant. There was no reason to have to take him out, but sometimes it's the big picture. Do I need Wheeler to throw 2 more senseless innings here? That's what you have to look at. He was dominating that team and absolutely cruising along. And he gave up the 1 homer. That's the only blemish on the mark for him last night. So I didn't have a problem with Wheeler because I'm looking big picture here. Now, if that game's in October, no, I don't want him to come out of that game. In May against the Rays, okay, I'm fine with that. So that was topic number 1. Number 2, Phillies have had trouble hitting the long ball. They got him from some interesting guys last night. Schwarber, 12th homer. He is on a little bit of a tear right now. 5 homers and 10 ribbies in his last 7 games. So Harper's getting protection right now from Schwarber, but Harper's not doing much with it. Conversely, the one guy I've been pretty tough on because he hasn't produced when he's hit in the 4-hole, but Nick Castellanos hitting in the 5-hole has been much better. And last night, 3 for 5. He had an absolute atomic opposite field bomb last night. Then he doubled, had knocked in 4 runs, and the home run that he hit is the home run that you're waiting for. It was like pigs flying last night. Hey, Casty, come up in a spot and put this game away. He hits an opposite field 3-run blast, and that puts the game away in the 8th inning. It allows you to turn the ball over to your bullpen. When Castellanos hits the home run, that is saving your starting pitcher to have to go back out there, and the game doesn't have to be so close, right? Casty, opposite field bomb, 7-2 was the score at that point. It was a 3-2 game when he hit the home run. So he might have pushed it to 6-2, and then Bohm hit one to make it, I guess, 8-2, something to that effect. Bohm. Now, Bohm's interesting. In his last 19 games, Alec Bohm is hitting .310 with 6 extra base hits. His OPS has gone from .331 to .586. That home run last night was a missile. 342 opposite field line drive for Bohm. If the Phillies can get this Bohm going, as I said, in his last 19 games, he's at .310. His OPS has gone from .331 to .586. There was an interesting stat I saw about Bohm that kind of stood out a little bit. We keep asking, what's up with Bohm? Can Bohm get going? Is Bohm, this, that, or the other thing? I know a lot of people don't like Bohm. He's an easy guy not to like. He's a hate-the-face kind of guy, right? He's always kind of whiny, crying, throwing helmets, all that kind of stuff. But for Bohm, I thought this was interesting. This is from a guy named Ryan Spader, who puts out a lot of odd notes. And I thought this was an interesting note. I don't know if it was odd. It was just interesting. Alec Bohm has 31 hard-hit outs this season. That's a batted ball of 95 miles an hour or higher. All right? In other words, he hit the ball off the bat, 95 miles an hour, which is a hard-hit ball off the bat, a velo, if you will, off the bat. So the expected batting average of those balls that he hits at 95 miles an hour or more is .355 with a slugging percentage of .692. Both of those numbers are off the charts good. Obviously, you're hitting .355. You're an absolute stud. You know what his batting average is on those balls? 0. So is he unlucky, Alec Bohm? We're watching Bohm, and he has been terrible this year. The batting average, you're looking at the batting average, you're looking at everything. You're like, man, this guy's been terrible, and very fair. I love how people message me. I'm sitting here telling you Bohm's been good. I'm telling you he's been terrible. He's been awful this year, but take a deeper look at it. He's hitting .237 right now with a .273 on-base percentage. Those numbers are awful. He's been awful this year. But you talk about the expected batting average of .355 on those balls. Not one of them has dropped in. Not one. Let's say half of those balls land in. So he has 15 extra hits. When you hit the ball that hard, you're expecting good things to happen. Are good things starting to happen for Alec Bohm? Well, we just gave you the batting average over the last 19 games. The batting average is saying, yeah, he's starting to hit the ball hard, and it's starting to find places. He's hitting over 300 over the last 19 games. His slugging percentage on the season is .313. Awful. His slugging percentage last year, .448. And he's way off those numbers. I guess the point is, if Bohm kind of gets to his average and gets back to the mean here a little bit, you're looking at a guy who's going to go blistering hot for the next couple of weeks here to kind of get himself back there, right? We see this a lot. Hey, you flip over the baseball card, the back of the baseball card, and generally you're going to be somewhere around there. So that means hot streaks are coming for Bryce Harper, Alec Bohm. Some of these guys, whatever the back of the baseball card says, for you to get to those back of the baseball cards, you're going to have to really start getting going. And are we watching Bohm kind of start getting going here? 609-403-1112. 0973. Sports Bash 97.3 ESPN. Text board is open. Get your thoughts on that Phils win last night, which, by the way, with the Phils win last night, as they are down in Tampa, the late night game, if you were up late for the Metropolitans, they are out west taking on Arizona. It was funny last night. At one point during the game, I think McCarthy said, and the Mets are about to start at 9:30. I'm like, oh, my God, can you imagine being a Mets fan right now and having to stay up? They lost last night, and with the Phillies win, the Mets have been terrible. The last 10 games, they've lost 6 out of 10. The Phillies have closed that gap now in the National League East to 2 games. By the way, the Braves, they've won 3 in a row. You know, the Braves are just 5 games out of first place. So the division is starting to get a little creepy again, starting to get a little close in there in that NL East for the Mets, who were kind of thinking that, hey, we're running away with this thing a little bit, and then the Phils are starting to look, this is going to be a long, long run to the finish line. This is going to be a long, long run to the finish line. 609-403-0973. A couple other takeaways from the game last night. Now, Josh, I got a couple more takeaways, but my initial takeaway is the Wheeler. People kept asking me, would I take Wheeler out of the game? Playoff game, no. May 6th, don't have a problem with it.
Yeah, I could care less they took Wheeler out when they did it on May 6th. To me, it was more important that I'm a big believer in let a guy leave on a high note, because now he's going to walk away with his head held high. He's going to feel the good vibe, and that can carry you sometimes. Sports is more psychology than physical.
Well, I mean, listen, it doesn't. It's not a night where Wheeler needed to have it. He's been pitching great. It wasn't like he needed to have this bounce back game. He's been awesome this year.
Also,
I don't need to see him out there wasting innings and pitches in a game that was seemingly at hand. And you might say, hey, listen, with this bullpen, nothing's at hand. I would agree with you there. I mean, but quite frankly, you can't ask Zach Wheeler to throw 8 and 9 innings every single game he's out there. So in a game in May, you have to trust that you can get through 2 innings in a game in May.
Also, keep in mind, last night was the hottest, most humid game Wheeler's pitched all year. They were talking about last night on the broadcast about how hot it was, how humid it was down there.
It's going to be dreadful there when these games get to August in Tampa.
So you could argue that, hey, don't let Wheeler have to go any longer in the first time he's dealt with the heat this year. Let him work his way into it.
Yeah, so I don't think this was a pitch count thing for Wheeler last night. We only threw 84 pitches. I think it was that long inning. The Phillies put like 4 runs on the board. That was a long inning in the 8th. And that coupled with, look, now the game is 7-2. I think we are okay at this situation. We're at an off day on Monday. We kind of like that we have Alvarado, we have Strom, we've got our bullpen. We can get through this game for you. And, you got a little bit of Harry there. Kirkland gave up a run. Strom gave up a run, but you got out of it. So the whole Wheeler thing, I'm not worried about the fact that I'm not judging that they pulled him out of the game. The other thing I thought from the game last night, as I said, Harper, he did have 2 hits in the game last night, but now you have this protection with Schwarber, and I'm waiting for Harper to kind of start, getting hot himself here. He's the one guy that really hasn't gotten going. I mean, Trey Turner had 2 hits last night. Trey Turner's up over 300. We talked about his on-base percentage. They want him, Rob Thompson said, at a 380 clip. Well, he had 2 more hits last night. Now, Turner gets a lot of heat because I think people anticipated Turner to be like an MVP caliber player, and he has certainly not been that. But has he been good enough? Are we being too tough on Trey Turner? Guy's hitting 301 with a 372 on base percentage. He's hitting in the leadoff and number 2 hole for the most part. He's mostly hit number 2. Is Trey Turner not getting enough credit, or are his stats a little empty?
His stats are a little empty because at the end of the day, when you go back to him on that 2019 Nationals team, when you go back to him on that Dodgers team a couple years ago, yes, he was a high batting average guy. But, Mike, he also had the RBI. He also had the runs scored. He also had the stolen bases. And it feels like at times Turner's getting hits, but he's not always getting the RBI, or he's not always going for the stolen base, or he's not always, doing the other stuff that made him into a $300 million guy.
When Nate flashed his average 301, I was like, are you kidding me? And he had 2 hits again last night. Harper had 2 hits last night. Schwarber 3 for 4. The home run early set the tone. Castellanos 3 for 5 with 4 ribbies in the game last night. And then Bohm at the bottom of the lineup. He had 2 hits. The home run put the game up to 8-2. And, you felt pretty good, or 7-2, I think, maybe, when he hit that home run. And you felt pretty good at that point that, hey, this game's kind of at hand. So they pull him out of the game. Wheeler, the bullpen, finishes it out. But it got a little hairy there, right? At what point did you feel, not really? I mean, it's, 8-3 heading into the ninth, and I think Tampa tacked on one more in the ninth. I thought they did a really good job, the lineup last night. You got contributions from Turner, 2 hits, Harper, 2 hits, Schwarber, 3 hits, Castellanos, 3 hits. So that 2, 3, 4, 5. There's your money, boys, right there. 2, 3, 4, 5. They pounded out, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 hits in the game last night. Phil's win 8-4, and we'll take a look at what their lineup looks like tonight when that is out. Now, the home runs last night. Everybody's talking about, that minor league park down there. Well, the minor league park has the same dimensions as major league. It's not like because it's a minor league park they made it like. I love that. I kept hearing that. Oh, it's a minor league park down there. It's the same dimensions as Yankee Stadium.
Well, they did say last night on the broadcast the Diaz home run probably would not have gone out in most ballparks.
Well, I'll tell you what. That happens. I mean, from time to time, someone's going to hit a home run that goes out. The dimensions of Yankee Stadium aren't all that big, but the dimensions, I believe, of Steinbrenner Field are the exact replica of Yankee Stadium. I think that's the idea of that place. It's supposed to be the same. By the way, it's 408 to center field. It's bigger there than it is at Citizens Bank Park.
To me, the bigger deal last night wasn't the dimensions. It was the fact that you're playing in a temperature environment that lets the ball carry.
Yes, that was what I was going to bring up. So the dimensions of the ballpark, I don't think show as much as the temperature carrying the ball, helping them out. And that is why we're waiting for the season to kind of change here and see how that impacts the Phillies. I think Nick Castellanos talked about it. He said, I love playing in these Florida nights. It's great. Yeah, because guess what? Now Nick Castellanos can hit home runs.
Right.
Join the party, Nick Castellanos. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. You can subscribe, watch the show on your home TV, tablet device, youtube.com/at Mike Gill Show. It is a Sports Bash Wednesday. Dallas Goedert isn't going anywhere. Phil's Rays game 2 tonight. Phillies go deep in game 1. Those are some of the topics we're touching on. But when we come back, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, and our poll question at Mike Gill Show right now. This came up the other day, and I'm kind of intrigued to see the answers. Not even to see who wins. I just want to see who gets votes here. Who is the next Philly GM to be fired? Roseman, Briere, Morey, Dombrowski. Vote at Mike Gill Show. Text in right now, 609-403-0973. People are voting right now. It's kind of a 2-horse race, if you will, and one guy is really pulling away from the pack. 2 guys don't even have votes yet. That's coming up. The Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, 2:30 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Mike McGarry will join me in just a second. I like this text that came in. I got Josh on this. George in Manahawk says, "Hey, Mike, you missed the best part of last night's game. T-Mac and Ruben spent a half inning talking about how pitchers with just 2 pitchers are relievers compared to starters who have 4 or more. How did I miss that conversation last night?" Josh is seeing if he can find the conversation. We were talking about that a week ago, about pitchers who go push to the bullpen generally is because, they only have 2 pitches that they can command. They might have 3 or 4 pitches, but only 2 of them that they really command. And apparently T-Mac and Ruben were talking about that last night. How did I miss that? Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. I guess they were referring to Kirkering, Mike, right? He's kind of a 2-pitch guy, came in the game last night, made it a little hairy. Do you have a problem with them taking Wheeler out of the game last night?
No, I think you've got to save some bullets for Zach Wheeler, right? You don't want to envision a long season for him and a long postseason for him. So, if you can get him out in a lopsided game after he's already done his job, I get him out. And if the bullpen can't protect that lead, then you've got bigger problems than that. So, yeah, no issue with that whatsoever.
Yeah, I agree with that. Kirkering came in, then Strom. They both gave up a run, get the 8-4 final. You had 10 hits from 2, 3, 4, and 5 last night. Turner, Harper, Schwarber, Castellanos. And then you got 2 more hits down the road from Bohm. One of those, a home run from Bohm, a home run from Castellanos, and obviously the home run from Schwarber there. So you got the 2, 3, 4, 5. But the one guy, there's really a couple guys, but is Harper. Do you watch Harper and see something different, not as impactful? Is it coming? What is your kind of assertion of Harper up to May 7th?
Look, I think Harper's going to hit here. I was actually thinking about Harper a lot today. Funny you mentioned that question. First of all, I just think the fans should know that nobody takes a slump or rut that he's in harder than Bryce Harper. I mean, he talked after Sunday's game. Now, he had hit a home run early in that game. Then he made a key out late in that game, and he was beating himself up after the game, not really encouraged by his home run, but beating himself up that he didn't come through. So I think nobody sort of holds himself to a higher standard than Bryce Harper. At the same time, he also knows that he's going to hit. He's going to go on a tear soon. He just hasn't been consistent this year. It looked like he was coming out of it, 7 to 10 days ago. Then he fell back in it for a while. I don't worry about Bryce Harper. He's going to hit the baseball. He's going to get some big hits. He's going to go on a tear here soon. So he's one guy that I wouldn't worry about.
All right, Mike. Trey Turner's another guy because he is hitting. He's 301 batting average. He's 370 plus on base percentage. The other day, Rob Thompson revealed, hey, I told him don't worry about hitting for power. Well, he's listening. He's not hitting any homers. He's not driving anybody in. 300 batting average in today's game. You're like, man, this guy's been pretty darn good. But does the 301 and 370 feel like that?
Yeah, I mean, 2 things there. He is getting on base, and again, if this was 1977, we'd probably be lauding his game, right? But, if you're making $300 million, I'm not paying you $300 million to hit singles at shortstop. So it's nice that Rob Thompson told him, you don't have to worry about hitting with power. But if you're getting $300 million, you better hit with power. And the other thing that I think sort of detracts from his offensive performance is his struggles on the defensive side of the ball. So I think that's sort of taking away from from us really, kind of giving him some praise or giving him some flowers for his offensive performance the last couple of days. But there's no doubt the Phillies offense is coming around, and he has had a big part in igniting that by getting on base and stealing some bases and stuff like that. We just need better defense and more power from a guy that you're paying $300 million to.
All right, there's a guy who doesn't get paid a whole heck of a lot of money, but he's been productive. Not so much this year as Alec Bohm. But if you look at his last, 19, 20 games or so, his numbers are starting to cruise up. He hit the opposite field bomb last night. It's his first homer of the season. Do we feel that Bohm will start to get closer to where he's been, a 90-plus RBI guy, 18 homers. He's been in that 260, 280 range. Is he about to start cruising back towards those numbers?
Well, I don't know if I could ever trust Alec Bohm to cruise anywhere, basically, but I think he's trending in the right direction. But still, Mike, the jury's out on Alec Bohm. the struggles at the end of last year, getting benched in the playoffs, I think this is a key year for him. Now, he had a terrible April. Lots of players that have had terrible Aprils and gone on to have good seasons. I'd rather see Bohm hit in August, September, or October than in April, honestly, if you're going to go hot or cold at some point. Obviously, the home run last night was a positive sign. The extra base hits he's got is a positive sign. But to me, the jury's still out on him. The question mark, is he ever going to consistently hit for power? This is a guy that you look at and you say, why doesn't this guy hit 25 to 30 home runs a year? He's big, he's strong, he's tall. He looks like a guy who's tailor-made, and it's just not there. So I think he's trending in the right direction. But, this is a big year for Alec Bohm, and I think his future with the Phillies.
Yeah, listen, his name will come up in the trades, right? I mean, the Phillies are probably evaluating right now whether or not he's got to be a part of this team after July 31st.
Yeah, I mean, he's a guy that certainly, if you included in a deal, could get something back. He's a young player. He's still under control club-wise. So, yeah, I think this is a key season for him. We've seen signs of life the last 4 or 5 days, but I'm not ready to sit back after the September, October, and April that I saw and anoint him the Phillies' third baseman for the next 5 to 10 years.
All right, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. Obviously, there was an interesting article Matt Gelb wrote about leadoff guys, and he was saying that only 12 teams use the same leadoff guy, which I was a little surprised by. This whole thing of they use a leadoff guy one day, they don't use him another day. It seems that this is becoming more and more common around baseball, Mike, that, hey, some teams don't have a everyday leadoff guy.
Yeah, I read that article, too, and I was taken aback by the fact that I think the article also said the Phillies have used less lineups than just about every other team in baseball. And I guess, it struck back to me, when we were kids, guys batted in the same spot and the order was set every day. You knew what the order was practically. Again, the analytics, the numbers, the change-ups and spots. So here we are thinking that the Phillies have been, with 3 leadoff guys, basically in Turner, Schwarber, and Stott, and they're actually on the low side of it when it comes to baseball. So, yeah, I read that article, too, and I was caught by a little surprised by it. The Phillies actually have more stability in their lineup than a lot of teams do, which surprised me. But I guess that's just baseball today. The analytics, the injuries, lead to a lot of lineup volatility.
All right, Mike, Mets lost again last night. This is down to 2 games. This division, you got the Braves now 5, Phillies 2, the Mets at the top, but not playing all that well. How wide open do you think this NL East will be?
Oh, I think the division is going to tighten up dramatically, and I think you're going to see some shifts, and you're going to see teams, change places in those standings. Remember, 2 years ago, the Mets, seemed to have the division locked up in June. The Braves were buried under 500, and the Braves ended up catching the Mets on the last day of the regular season and taking the division from them. So I think you're going to see a battle for the division. Mike, my question is, with the other quality teams in the National League, we kind of knew that consolation prize was there for the NL East, that if you didn't win the division, if you finished second or even third, you're going to get in the playoffs. I don't know if that's the case this year. My gut tells me that 2 teams will get in from the NL East, but I don't think this is a year when 3 teams will get in from the NL East. So, yeah, I think the division's going to be key, and there's going to be ups and downs. And don't count out the Braves. They're going to get their act together, and they're going to make a run at one point.
They are back in this. They're down only 5 games now in the division. All right, Sports Bash Live, Mike. The Knicks and the Celtics tonight. And, of course, the Knicks lead that series 1-0. As a Knicks fan, you said biggest win since, 1990. Do you feel good after a night where the Celtics missed 45 threes and the Knicks hit 46% of their threes? Is that a recipe for a Knicks series win?
No, it's not. It was a hugely entertaining win. It was a great win. It was a gut check win for the Knicks, but it was a must win for the Knicks. If you can't beat the Celtics when they miss 45 3-pointers, you're never going to beat the Celtics. So I still think, obviously, the Celtics are up in the series, but I think the New York Knicks have some life. And Mike, I'm actually writing about this for my must-win column, which will be posted either tomorrow morning or later today at pressofac.com. I know you Sixer fans. I see you out there on the text boards listening to people. You had an injury-riddled season. You're not in the playoffs. You're home. You don't have a stake in the NBA. Well, I encourage all Sixers fans to adopt the Jalen Brunson New York Knicks, Mike. I mean, Mike, you know this. Jalen Brunson, he's down the shore in the summer during his Villanova days. He was working out at Holy Spirit High School. If you can't...
He has a house in Margate. He lives at Margate in the summer.
Exactly. Adopt Jalen Brunson. He's our hometown guy right now. I encourage everybody listening to get behind the New York Knicks right now and Jalen Brunson and the rest of the Villanova guys. They play an entertaining style of basketball. And I bet you Jalen Brunson has been in more places in Margate and Absecon and Pleasantville and Atlantic City than the entire Sixers roster combined.
Hey, listen. It's hard to pull for either one of these two teams, but I would rather see the Knicks win this series than the Celtics. I will say that. That said, I don't see Boston missing 45 threes, and I don't see the Knicks connecting from 46. Now, somebody had suggested, well, it's the Knicks defense that was causing them to miss. Well, some of the stats kind of suggest otherwise. Go ahead.
Yeah, the analytics don't back that up. The analytics say the Celtics were wide open.
Yes.
And missed a lot of shots. Hey, here's what the game one win did, and for all of us jumping, for a long-time Knick guys like myself and everybody else that's now jumping aboard the Jalen Brunson, Margate, Holy Spirit, New York Knicks connection. It guarantees us a long series. Before the series began, I thought the Celtics might be able to get them out there in 5 games. Now I see the Knicks getting one more game and the series going 6 games, so maybe 7. So, we'll have some entertaining nights of playoff basketball. And when you don't have a team at all, when you're just thinking about ping pong balls of your Sixers, come on over, root for Josh Hart, root for Mikal Bridges, root for Jalen Brunson, and join, as I said, the Jalen Brunson Margate / Holy Spirit bandwagon. Plenty of room available, Mike.
I like this text message. Jalen Brunson will be on the Nassau Avenue beach by Memorial Day weekend. He's probably right about that. All right, Mike McGarry for the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. Thanks, bud.
All right, we'll see you down the road. Thanks.
Yeah, I had somebody texting me yesterday about how the Knicks defense was the reason why the Celtics shot so poorly from 3. So I decided to, entertain that for all of 3 seconds, to which they were 0 for 0 in very tight defensive shots, 1 for 4 versus tight defense, 7 for 32 on open shots. And you ready for this one? They were 7 of 24 on wide open shots. They shot 14 for 56 on open to wide open shots. In the regular season, they hit almost 40% of those shots. So the Knicks played hard. They played good defense, yada, yada, yada. Not really. The Celtics just missed. And that's why I think they're going to win this series. I think they're just a better team. I think the Knicks have done a good job at trying to put a team together. Here's what I said before. Years ago, when the Warriors did what they did, all these teams were trying to build teams to beat the Warriors, but they were trying to build a team like the Warriors to beat the Warriors. Now you have to try to out-Warriors the Warriors. You can't do it that way. And I think the Knicks have tried to build a team to try to out-Celtic the Celtics. You can't beat this Celtics team like that. They had a better shot of beating them in a different style with Brunson and these tough-minded guys and trying to out-physical the Celtics. Instead, now you got to out-shoot them and hope that they don't shoot. You got that for one night. Can they do it tonight? Find out. Game 2, the Sports Bash, live, 97.3 ESPN. George in Manahawk, and I think we found the bite that you were talking about. I got to hear this bite. I did not hear this. I can't believe I missed this last night. Also, poll question, at Mike Gill Show. Vote right now. I got the results, not the final results, but where we are right now up on the other side. Who's the next GM in Philly fired? Roseman, Briere, Morey, Dombrowski. You know the votes have come in, and Roseman has no votes, and Briere has no votes. I'm not surprised by that, but not one troll? Not a troll?
Listen, it gives you confidence in humanity that people are not total idiots.
Oh, someone just voted for Briere.
Well, that person's an idiot.
The poll just got updated. As
Someone
I'm talking.
heard you, Mike, and they said,
I'll be the troll.
I'll be the guy. I'll take the hit.
I will update the poll. You can text in your answer, 609-403-0973. The question, who's the next GM in Philly fired? Is it Roseman, Briere, Morey, Dombrowski? Vote now. At Mike Gill Show on the X platform. More Sports Bash coming up. All right, 251. All right, the poll question at Mike Gill Show. Who's the next GM to get fired? Now, I know that Roseman's not going to win this. In fact, he doesn't even have a vote yet. Briere, I didn't think would be in play either. But it is pretty heavy right now, one guy over the other. One guy's got 84% of the vote. The other guy's got about 13% of the vote. Do you have a guess?
Well, I don't have a guess because I already saw the poll results that I voted in it. So I don't want to give it away.
Gotcha. Right now.
It took me 9 years to learn that, but, you know.
Well, I was actually looking for your guess, but you said you cheated, so I didn't want you to cheat. By the way, next hour, we're going to play Stump the Sports Geek. We have tickets to give away, and today's category is the Eagles, Philadelphia Eagles. So we'll tell you how you can get involved coming up. You can win tickets, by the way. I think you brought this up before. You were a fan of tickets to see Colin Jost at Ocean Casino from Saturday Night Live.
Yeah, he's the guy on SNL. He's hilarious. For those who don't know, he's the guy who's married to Scarlett Johansson. So every once in a while, they'll weave in jokes making fun of the fact that he's married to Scarlett Johansson as part of the show.
Yeah, he's the guy that does like the news segment, right?
Yep.
The weekend update.
Yeah, and of course he has to read like the most ridiculous things, like accusing him of like being racist and stuff.
Yeah, those segments are pretty damn funny. So we have
hilarious.
a pair of tickets to that. I'll tell you how you can win them with Stump the Sports Geek at 3 o'clock today. The category today will be Eagles, Philadelphia Eagles. Okay.
All right.
So somebody texted in. So last week I was talking about Kirkering being a two-pitch pitcher,
yes,
and that generally two-pitch pitchers pitch in the bullpen as opposed to being starters. Apparently they were talking about this very topic last night. Set this up for me.
So
I missed it. I can't believe I missed this last night.
So the pitcher who came into the game last night, for those who were not closely watching, after Rasmussen left, was a guy named Mason Montgomery. He's a former top 100 prospect, former top 10 Rays prospect, but he was a former starter turned bullpen arm, and the conversation started because Ruben started giving the scouting report on who this guy is and why he was moved into a bullpen role after years of being a starter in the minor leagues. So here we go.
Basically a starter all the way up until 2024, started making that transition to the bullpen last year. Two-pitch pitcher, basically a four-seam fastball and a slider. Throws that four-seam fastball right around 60% of the time.
You wonder if the whole two-pitch mix is why he's a reliever, not a starter in the big leagues, or he'll eventually do that.
You almost feel like he's going to have another pitch, something to get them off those two pitches, although it's a power arm. There's no question about that.
Yeah, what do you know? Go figure, right? So McCarthy basically saying, oh, because he only throws two pitches, I wonder that's why they moved him to the bullpen. Yeah. That's why.
That's exactly the reason
because
why.
He can't command anything else. So guess what? You're not going to be a successful starter. You're going to the bullpen, even though you're a top draft choice.
What a concept.
Thanks, George and Manahawkin. Good catch by you, man. I don't know what I was doing at that point.
What were you doing in the fifth inning of the game last night?
I was watching the game. Maybe I wasn't paying that close of attention. I might have been like surfing the net or getting ready for the show or something. I can't believe I missed that whole conversation, though. All right, 2:55. Stump the Sports Geek next hour. The topic today will be Philadelphia Eagles. I'll tell you what you need to do to win the tickets. Coming up next, Colin Jost, Saturday Night Live, coming to Ocean Casino. You can win a pair of tickets. I'll have the details. Stick around. It's coming up next. All right, 3 o'clock hour. It's brought to you by Broadley's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating, plumbing, service, installation. Call 609-390-3907, online, broadleys.net. All right, this hour, we're going to kick it off with Stump the Sports Geek. Josh Henning, my producer. He is the self-proclaimed sports geek, and he will be getting a series of trivia questions, 10 in total. Here's what you need to know. Text in right now how many of the 10 you think he will get correct with your name and where you're from. If you get that right, you will be then randomly selected to win the tickets to go see Colin Jost at the Ocean Casino this summer. He is coming to Ocean, the comedian from Saturday Night Live. He'll be there with the at Ocean Casino. I believe the show is, I actually have the date here for you. It is Saturday, August 2nd at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Colin Jost from Saturday Night Live. If you want to go, text in right now, 609-403-0973. The category is Philadelphia Eagles, Josh. How confident are you, before people start answering maybe, how confident do you feel in today's category, Philadelphia Eagles?
I'm so confident I'm wearing an Eagles polo today.
So you have the Eagles polo on, which is why I went with the Eagles category.
See, I thought you went with it because of Dallas Goedert.
No, I went with it because you had the Eagles polo on. It'll be 10 Eagles questions. You have to answer the 10 questions. However many you get right, the people who correctly answer or text in 609-403-0973. What they have to do is text the number of questions they think you're going to get right. So if they think you're going to get 6 right, they would say 6 with their name and where they're from. Now, if multiple people guess 6, we will randomly select that one person, and they will get a pair of tickets to go see the show at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. It is Stump the Sports Geek. Are you ready?
I am ready for whatever happens next.
Category today is the Philadelphia Eagles. And here we go. Now, these questions vary in difficulty. I think most of them are medium to very difficult.
Okay.
I don't think there's any gimmies. Maybe a couple if you're a real hardcore Eagles fan history knowledge, okay?
Okay.
I'm going to let the text board continue to get in here. 609-403. Wow, some people going with 9.
I saw someone say 10.
10 out of 10. Okay, here we go. 609-403-0973. The category is the Philadelphia Eagles. Have you ever, you're a fan of Colin.
I am.
So you would like these tickets.
Yeah.
Maybe the winner will take you.
Maybe they will. Maybe they won't. Maybe they actually have a significant other they'd rather take instead of me.
Well, if you win them the tickets, they should say, Josh, thank you for winning me the tickets. I will take you with me.
That'd be a nice thought.
Something. All right. Give it a couple seconds or so. By the way, Daryl Morey, 83%. People think he'll be the next GM fired.
To me, that's the only answer.
At Mike Gill Show. You can text over there. All right. You ready to go?
By the way, is there a person you were thinking maybe aside from Morey that might get a lot of
votes? Well,
votes?
Dombrowski's getting votes. He's just not even close.
Right.
So, all right, here we go. Question 1. Who holds the Eagles' all-time record for rushing yards?
LaShawn McCoy.
LaShawn McCoy. All right. That is 1.
1 down. What, 9 to go?
That is question 1. Question 2. Brandon Graham just retired with the 3rd most sacks in team history. He has 76. Reggie White is number 1 with 124. Who is number 2 on the all-time sack list?
Fletcher Cox.
Fletcher Cox. That is incorrect. The answer is Trent Cole has 85.5.
That was too hasty of a guess by me. It's a bad job.
Yeah, you thought you knew that one pretty quickly.
I did. I was wrong.
Which Eagles quarterback has been sacked the most times in team history?
Oh, boy. I'm going to guess Ron Jaworski.
Ron Jaworski. The answer is Randall Cunningham. He was sacked 422 times.
See, I would have never guessed Randall because he's a mobile quarterback. I would have thought he would have escaped more sacks.
Had a lot of bad offensive lines during the Cunningham years. Question 4. Which Eagles quarterback has the most passing yards in a single season?
I'm going to guess Carson Wentz.
Carson Wentz was the guess. Carson Wentz.
I think that was 2019. Yeah,
4,039. 2 right. Question 5. All right. Question number 5. Here we go. Which Eagles player has the most career touchdowns in team history with 79?
So is this what kind of touchdown? Is this
Total touchdowns.
total touchdowns?
Yeah, rushing, receiving, catching,
Yeah,
running.
that's what I was wondering.
Not passing.
Gotcha. So total touchdowns.
79.
79 is the number. I am going to guess this is... I'm going to go back to LaShawn McCoy.
LaShawn McCoy is the answer. That is incorrect. It's Harold Carmichael with 79 touchdown catches.
So it was all catches. Interesting.
Yeah, McCoy was somewhere on that list. He was not close, though.
Gotcha.
Question 6. Are these questions hard? In the wheelhouse?
They're in the neighborhood. You know, I think I was too hasty on the Trent Cole one. That's why I got it wrong. I would have never guessed Cunningham for the sacks at all. So I think that one was probably the hardest so far.
Okay. Question 6. In the Eagles' first Super Bowl win over the Patriots, who was the team's leading rusher in the game?
The leading rusher
In their loss to in their win against the Patriots.
Right. The leading rusher. See, this might be a trick question because I know Corey Clement had a big game, but I feel like a lot of that was receiving yards. So I'm going to guess Jay Ajayi.
Jay Ajayi. LeGarrette Blount had 14 carries for 90 yards.
Wow. So
Yeah,
I had the right idea. I just had the wrong player.
Well, it was a running back.
Well, I meant it wasn't Corey Clement.
Corey
because-
Clement had that one big catch.
Right, but he had a lot of receiving yards in the game.
That would
not
be a
rushing
catch,
yards.
yes. He had that catch where he stiff-armed the guy, and that was his big play. Not a big rushing day.
Right.
Jalen Hurts is currently number 2 in team history with 55 rushing touchdowns. Who is number 1?
Maybe third time's the charm, but I'm going to guess LaShawn McCoy again.
LaShawn McCoy. The answer is Steve Van Buren.
See, I would like to know how many people actually would have guessed Steve Van Buren.
I thought you would have. You're one of these guys, like, if you don't know the history of the team, you're dead to me. Steve Van Buren's right in your wheelhouse.
I don't know about dead to me.
By the way, so far, if you answered 2, you are in the running for the tickets.
I don't think anybody guessed two. I think some of these questions are harder than I thought.
Okay, well, here we go. Number 8. These are for the Colin Jost tickets. Ocean Casino, August 2nd. Donovan McNabb threw 3 touchdowns in the Eagles' Super Bowl 39 loss to the Patriots. Who did he throw them to?
The interceptions?
Oh, touchdowns. He threw 3 touchdowns in the game. Who did he throw the 3 touchdowns to? Now, mind you, this question was put together because I thought you would have been ripping through some of these, and I figured this one might be a little bit of a speed bump. Now you need it.
Now, Oh boy. I feel like this is a moment where I haven't watched that game in a long time, so my memory is a little fuzzy. I mean, I know T.O. had a monster game in that Super Bowl, so I'm going to guess T.O. Terrell Owens, but it was 3 different guys?
3 different players.
So I'm going to guess one is Terrell Owens. I'm going to guess one is... I'm going to guess one was... I know I'm going to get this wrong. Whatever. I'm going to guess Terrell Owens, L.J. Smith, and Brian Westbrook. Yeah, I know I get this wrong.
That was close. The correct answer is L.J. Smith, Greg Lewis, and Brian Westbrook. T.O. had a big game, but he did not score a touchdown.
Gotcha.
People out there are cursing at you right now.
Oh, they're all mad at me right now.
How many playoff wins did the Eagles have from the year 2000 to 2010?
Playoff wins?
Yes. This is kind of when they made their turn from, the Andy Reid era, if you will.
Okay, so... Well, they went to a few NFC championship games in that run, so it probably extends the number a little bit here. So I'm going to guess...
This is the 2000 season.
I'm going to go with 14.
14 is the guess. The answer is 10. They beat the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They beat the Chicago Bears. They beat the Tampa Bay Buccaneers again. They beat the Atlanta Falcons. They beat the Green Bay Packers. That was 4th and 26. They beat Atlanta. They beat Minnesota. They beat the Giants. That was Garcia. They beat the Giants again. They beat Minnesota. That is 10. All right. Question 10. Rank these quarterbacks in terms of career touchdown passes while playing for the Eagles. Donovan McNabb, Michael Vick, Carson Wentz, Ron Jaworski, and Jalen Hurts.
All right, so run it by me again. So it's McNabb and who else?
Vick,
Wentz,
Jaworski, and Hurts. In terms of career touchdown passes, how did they rank in Philadelphia Eagles history?
Okay, so I got the names written down here. So I'm going to go with number 1, McNabb. I'm going to go number 2, Jaws.
Followed by Jaws.
Number 3, Wentz. Number 4, Hurts. And number 5, Vick.
Michael Vick. That is correct. For a total
of
3. Now, I don't know that we even had anybody guess 3.
I don't see a single.
Take a look through the whole list of people.
I saw one number that was close.
That texted in here. So which question? No, were any of those questions out of bounds?
Out of bounds?
Like, you would never have gotten that.
I would have never gotten the Cunningham.
Really?
The sacks. Because he's a mobile quarterback.
Yeah, their offensive line at that time was really bad.
Well, they weren't that much better with Jaw as a quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, let me see the career leaders in. Let's see here.
I mean, Jaws has got to be up there.
I think he was number 2.
He was number 2?
Yeah, I got to go back and try to find. Let's see. There we go. Passing time sacked. Randall Cunningham was number 1 with 422. Donovan McNabb was 2 with 357. Jaworski was next with 344. Wentz was 4th with 179. Jalen Hurts is actually 5th with 151. Then Norm Snead, Michael Vick, Roman Gabriel, Rodney Peete, Nick Foles. That's your top 10 most times sacked in Philadelphia Eagles history. So, yeah, I mean, Cunningham, if you remember, now he played 122 games, so that's actually less by 20 than Jaworski and 26 less than McNabb did.
Okay.
But his offensive line was just so bad, he was just constantly getting sacked. And Jaworski similar. I mean, he got sacked a lot as well, but the I was a little surprised at Cunningham, but it's not even close. Cunningham got sacked 422 times, McNabb 357.
Right, it's like a 70 sack difference.
Big time. Now, the other questions, you got right. Who holds the all-time rushing record? That is LaShawn McCoy. Now, he passed, LaShawn McCoy passed
Wilbert Montgomery.
Wilbert, couple, towards the end of his career there. So the rushing yards, you've got LaShawn, Wilbert Montgomery. Third is Brian Westbrook. Deuce is actually number 5. Randall Cunningham is number 6 on the all-time rushing list, right ahead of Ricky Waters, Miles Sanders. Jalen Hurts right now is 13th on that list.
Who'll get the top 10?
The sacks, you went with Fletcher Cox. The answer was Trent Cole.
So I think that means Fletcher was probably 4th or 5th on the list.
I was surprised you went with Fletcher. Fletcher was actually 5th. He is Brandon Graham finished with 76.5. He is one ahead of Clyde Simmons.
Okay.
Or a half a sack ahead of Clyde Simmons.
So
then Fletcher was 5.
Okay, so it's Reggie White, Trent Cole, Brandon Graham, Clyde Simmons.
By a half.
Fletcher Cox.
Fletcher Cox is 5. Hugh Douglas, Greg Brown. Josh Sweat is actually 8th all time on the list.
Who would have guessed that?
Yeah. So that was today's category, was the Philadelphia Eagles. So we'll have to go through all the text messages here and check out to see if anybody actually got the number on the nose. And if they didn't, we'll figure something out here on the Sports Bash. Because the last time we played Stump the Sports Geek, you were nailing these answers. I mean, you were getting 7, 8, 9. I mean, I had to try to get them a little bit more difficult. My questions in the last incarnation of Stump the Sports Geek around Christmas time were not very good. Now, Al chimes in from Violent. He says, Josh did pretty bad. Hi, my name is Al. I like to state the obvious.
Hi, Al.
I mean, those were some. I want to know how many people out there were playing along and were getting more than 3 right.
It's a good question. I think our audience would have probably gotten 1 or 2 of those for sure that I didn't get. I think
the leading rusher you got, and I think most people would get.
I think there would have been somebody out there who would have guessed Trent Cole instead of me.
Trent Cole's a little tricky because he's kind of under the radar. That's why that was the question. I gave you 1, Reggie White, and Graham just retiring tied him in, and I thought making you guess number 2 was the tricky part of it because Trent Cole was kind of an under-the-radar player. I actually am a little surprised you got Carson Wentz at most passing yards.
Well, I remember that because that was 2019. That was the year of all the injuries, and he had to throw them into the postseason. Remember, because they had Deontay Burnett and Greg Lewis. And
Think about that. That year too was the one. 2019. You're not even thinking of all that much from him.
I mean, that's why, for some reason, that sticks in my mind. I think that's why I remember that one.
All right, well, let's Stump the Sports Geek. We'll do it again next week. We'll play a different category, different prizes. We'll keep spinning them around all throughout the summer, thanks to Ocean Casino. With that, we'll look through all the entries. We got a ton of entries in here, so we'll see if anybody actually got them right. If you did not get them right, well, we'll play again next week here on the Sports Bash Live. Good job, Josh. I know that was kind of tough.
Yeah, I think there was definitely.
Now, the category, by the way, go ahead. You went Eagles. I went Eagles today.
Yes.
But the categories could be anything.
They can.
I mean, I could go like Marvel characters,
They
movies, music. I went Eagles just to start off with a nice, easy one for you. You didn't do so well.
No, I didn't. And it's a bad, like Al said.
You going to sleep okay tonight?
I'll be okay.
Okay.
Listen, I'm like a professional hitter. I went at a rough day at the plate. I got to go home, get a good night's sleep, and do better next time.
All right, coming up, more Sports Bash on the way. 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. I'll update the poll question. Plus, are they now a top offense in the NFL? That's next. This is the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. All right, 326 on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. So we just played Stump the Sports Geek. The Sports Geek didn't do so well. But I have faith that as we do this down the road, you will do better. That's my faith.
Thanks.
You've done better in the past.
I
don't
have.
get some of these people on the text board were hating on you, man.
Hey, man.
Unjust.
Well, some people like to kick a guy when he's down,
Yeah,
you
really.
You learn who your real friends are when you go through tough times.
Right. One didn't really make a lot of sense. Other ones were just kind of disappointed, I think. This guy, by the way, congratulations, Mike in Egg Harbor. You were the winner. You were the closest. You thought that Josh was going to fail miserably, and therefore you won. So, Mike, congratulations. We'll contact you. He guessed 4 right. You got 3 right. He was the closest. He was the only person that guessed less, I think, than 5.
Now, Mike in Egg Harbor did say, I guessed 4 just to be funny. I was pretty sure he was going to get a lot more than that.
Me too. I thought you were going to get 6. I thought you were going to get 6. By the way, he won tickets to see Colin Jost at Ocean Casino Resort Saturday, August 2nd. And we'll contact Mike. Congratulations. And by the way, we'll play Stump the Sports Geek each week with new prizes and new topics and categories. So if you didn't win this week, play again next week. We'll keep doing it throughout the summer here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN.
By the way, the best part of this is you said that you're not going to do the Eagles every week. You're just going to have a random.
No, it's just going to be different categories all summer long. Every week, I'll tell you the category. You can tell people how confident you feel now. You said with this one, you felt pretty confident.
I felt pretty confident. I was wrong.
Well,
maybe I was too confident.
Maybe the person who came up with the questions did a good job.
Maybe you did.
Sorry to the people out there who thought that my questions were going to be softballs. There's going to be no softballs in this Stump the Sports Geek.
It's okay. There's probably going to be a week where I'm going to think I'm not going to do well, and that's going to be the week I do well, and no one's going to see it coming.
There's a misconception about because you work in sports radio or sports in general that you should also be good at sports trivia.
I think the misconception is because people, I would assume, misinterpret being able to talk about sports with having a encyclopedia knowledge of days, times, and events.
All that stuff. Like somebody mentioned in there, like, oh, I don't even work in sports and I knew more than 5. Congratulations to you. I'm saying, like, now, generally, you do a pretty good job with trivia.
Yeah.
I was disappointed in your effort today. Not that you didn't try hard. I just thought that you would do better. But my point is, just because you happen to work in sports radio doesn't necessarily automatically mean you're going to be good at sports trivia.
No, and I as I said, I think 2 of those questions were legitimately in the expert level. That I don't know how many people would have gotten them at all.
Yeah, I'm not a big like you're more of like a historian type. You know, the Steve Van Buren stuff. That's why I was a little surprised you didn't get that particular one. But, like, that kind of stuff isn't something that I pay a lot of attention to, records and, you know, those kind of things. So trivia stuff, a lot of times, you know, the worst thing is you're out someplace, people ask you what you do, they don't know you, you give them an answer, and it's like an uncomfortable conversation after that. Like, I don't want to get asked all these questions.
Well, I had this happen to me the other day because I remember I told you I'd stop at the bank before I had to come in here one of the days this week, and you know, you have to tell the person at the bank, they're verifying your information. What is your profession? And
I've never had that asked to me before.
I had
Not
to.
at the bank. Well, I haven't been in the bank in quite some time.
Yeah, well, the lady at the bank asked me to verify my information. And apparently...
Did you say content creator?
Well, they told me that my old listing of my job was programmer. And I said, ma'am, I've been a lot of things in my life. I am not a programmer.
Well, I'm just saying, for mostly, sports trivia does not go hand in hand with being a talk show host.
No.
It is not something that is required for your employment. Hey, you must be good at answering employment. Now, this guy says, I'm not even an Eagles fan, and I got 4 right. I wouldn't put Josh in the category of Eagles fan, though. I know you've, since kind of changed on that.
Well, I've always been
When I first started, when you first started working here, I think you were a Ravens fan.
No. I've always been an Eagles fan. It's just I always had that. I always had a perspective on sports where even though I'm a 4-for-4 guy, you know, if the team loses, I'm not crying about it afterwards.
Yeah, I wouldn't say you're like a fanatical Eagles fan. You don't live and die with the team.
I don't live and die with any team.
No, you're more of a casual fan of the team, but more a fan of sports.
I'm passionate about sports. My favorite teams are the 4 teams in Philadelphia. But for me, at least, I've always felt like if the team loses, it doesn't ruin my next day.
Right, exactly. So, yeah, again, to go back to like, hey, I'm not, I'm not very good at sports. I mean, I get some stuff right. I mean, obviously, like some things you're like, yeah, I know that one or this one. But like sports history or who's the leading rusher in the franchise or especially like the Eagles, they don't have like a decorated history, right? It's not like their leading guys are like surefire Hall of Famers. So it makes it a little bit ambiguous, Well,
the other thing with the Eagles is Eagles history, because you mentioned about Steve Van Buren. I think what makes Steve Van Buren a difficult answer is because you would think in today's league, right, like LaShawn McCoy played in a 16-game schedule. Van Buren played in less games per year. So my thinking well, he played less games each year. So why would he have more of this than, let's say, LaShawn McCoy?
All right, I want to get to this. Speaking of, offense here, you get record breakers and all that stuff. The Dallas Cowboys made a trade today. Dan Orlovsky, ESPN NFL analyst, said this about the trade.
If George Pickens plays to the way that he has played over the past couple seasons, this would be a top 8 offense in the NFL. This offensive line is going to be one of the better ones in the NFL by the end of the season. We all know CeeDee Lamb is a superstar. Now you're adding George Pickens in, who averaged 16 yards a catch with the revolving door at quarterback. This has got a chance to be a pretty darn good offense.
Is Orlovsky right? Is this offense primed to be one of the best in football? He talked about their offensive line, that this could be one of the best offenses of lines in football as the season goes on. He said, look, their offensive line is going to get better as the season goes on. Again, I go back to what I said yesterday when we had Adam Kaplan on for Football at 4. But the question I had for him was they were plus 800, right? They were plus 800 to win the division. Is that a long shot that's worth taking? Is that a long shot worth sprinkling a couple bucks on?
If you're a person who goes by the theory, Mike, of there has not been a repeat division winner since, 2003, 2004, then you want to pick somebody not named the Eagles to win the division. Mm-hmm. So then the question is, after the trade, do you feel better about the Washington Commanders or the Dallas Cowboys?
Good question. Do you feel better about Washington or do you feel better about Dallas? You could make an argument that right now, if you were to do the hierarchy of receiving tandems in the NFC East, you would say Brown and Smith, Lamb and Pickens, McLaurin and Debo, Neighbors and Slayton, right? I mean, you would say that the weapons that Dallas has at receiver probably would be better than Washington's, right?
Or at least they're on par, right? Because, I would say that, do you feel like Washington has better running backs, right? Like, I feel like I would say Washington has a better backfield, but Dallas has a better wide receiver tandem.
Dallas has Javonte Williams and Miles Sanders, right?
Miles Sanders signed with the Cowboys?
Yeah.
I missed that, so it's a bad job by me. And even
you're having a bad day. It's a bad day to have a bad day. You were on the spot trying to win people tickets. You're having a bad day.
I know.
You could have. Now he came in with all the bravado and said how confident he was. Now he's admitting bad job, bad day.
Yeah. At least I admit my mess up. I didn't try to skirt around and try to pretend like I knew everything.
Mm-hmm.
But even with Miles Sanders, I don't think Miles Sanders is that great of a running back.
No, he didn't do anything down in
Carolina. And Williams is solid. I'm not getting excited about that. So I would say maybe that Dallas has the better 1-2 receivers, but
I would take the Dallas duo at receiver. I would take Lamb and Pickens. Now, those two are, McLaurin is a model citizen. He's like the nicest guy in the world.
Yeah.
You got McLaurin and Debo. Their running back is Eckler and Brian Robinson.
Yeah,
the two backs there.
I would take Eckler and Robinson over Sanders and Williams.
They're close. It's whatever your whatever your
for you. What makes it close is Eckler's age.
Yeah, Eckler's not the same player that he was. He's starting to get but if they use him the right way, Robinson's a guy that I like. I mean, but I think Washington's are better than Dallas's running backs. I think they're a little bit better. I think Sanders, is kind of meh at this point.
So then maybe it's like Washington has better overall talent, but maybe Dallas has the better wide receiver group.
I don't know. Washington they upgraded their offensive line with Tunsil.
It's a major upgrade.
Big time upgrade for them. And they drafted Connerly in the first round. So they're hoping that they're better at two spots on the offensive line. You look at Dallas's offensive line. Now, you heard what Orlovsky just said there. He thinks by the end of the year, their offensive line might be one of the better offensive lines in football. They got Guyton, Smith, Beebe, Booker, and probably Terrence Steele, I guess, is the right tackle there.
Steele would be the right tackle.
So you're looking at that offensive line. Guyton was a high draft pick. Smith, Beebe, Booker, Steele. Do we think that offensive line is good enough that make that offense one of the more high-powered offenses? Because they do have two pretty darn good receivers. You got Ferguson and is Schoonmaker still the
Schoonmaker, yeah.
Yeah, it's still the backup tight end or the other tight end there. So
there.
Lamb, Pickens, I guess Tolbert. They traded for Mingo last year. Their offensive line is, I would say, good, not great. Is that Dallas offense enough to surpass Philly or Washington?
No, not to me. Because, one, you're still depending on some young guys to develop, right? And when you're depending on young guys to develop for a franchise that has not always been great at developing guys, right? Dallas is really good at hitting home runs. They're not very good, Mike, at hitting singles. Oh, the opposite way, right?
Did they hit a home run with this trade?
I don't think so.
Is this a home run trade?
I think Pickens is going to implode that team.
It's certainly possible. What's a better chance of happening? That he implodes that team or that offense takes off?
Can I say both?
I mean,
I think they could start out the year really well. Like, let's say the first 3 games they could go gangbusters, right? And they're scoring 35 points a game. And then people are going to figure out the offense. And then they're going to hit a lull. And then Pickens is going to be mad. He's not getting the ball. And then Pickens is going to get in a fight with somebody. And then he's going to get suspended.
We got this all mapped out.
I do.
609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. All right, so that is the trade today, Pickens. How does that factor into the NFC East?
Can I ask you the question I asked you before the show here? And the audience can chime in on the text board at 609-403-0973. Who's the guy in the NFC East that's going to make it his mission to get under George Pickens' skin?
Now, I thought you asked me on the Eagles.
I said the NFC East.
Okay, now you said the NFC East changes the dynamic for my answer then, I guess. I mean, I said Chauncey Gardner-Johnson would have been a Pickens-Chauncey Gardner-Johnson matchup. I would say one guy is the guy from Washington.
Lattimore.
The other guy. Well, Lattimore too, but the other guy, the one from Michigan. Oh, man.
Sandersill.
Yes. I feel like he's always getting into something.
Okay.
Right? Sandersill would be Lattimore too. I mean, both of those guys, but the Sandersill is the guy that I originally was like.
Well, I thought you meant Lattimore because remember Lattimore and Mike Evans have been in fights.
Well, I remember Sandersill and A.J. Brown getting into it.
Shouting match, yeah.
They got all tangled up and stuff. That would probably be one of the picks there. I'm trying to think.
Because with the Eagles, I feel like they got to find one person who's be like, look, man, for this game, you're going to be that guy. You're going to just keep talking and get under his skin.
I would say Frankie Louvu, but they're not going to have a lot of interactions.
Like for Philadelphia, can you go to Cooper DeJean and be like, dude, just start chirping at this guy?
Interesting point here. Says every wide receiver that left Pittsburgh has gone on to be disappointing. Antonio Brown, Juju Smith-Schuster, Mike Wallace, Deontay Johnson. Now we get to see him being disappointing in Dallas. I can't wait. That's good pull by that guy.
I would say
who's sitting there driving around saying, wait a second, every Pittsburgh receiver has gone someplace else and stunk.
I would say the difference, though, is some of those guys were either older when they left Pittsburgh or they were already injured. I remember Juju Smith-Schuster, he had some injuries before he left. Remember Antonio Brown was a little older. wasn't Johnson was a malcontent as well when he got traded out of there.
And he's been a malcontent
Ever
everywhere.
since, yeah.
Did he just sign with Cleveland?
Cleveland, yeah. Remember he got traded to Carolina, then he got released, and Baltimore picked him up, and then they released him, and they ended up with the Houston Texans. Remember that?
Yeah, he's been bouncing. He's like, who's the guy, the receiver that's on, like, he's been on Dallas, he's been on the Rams.
Brandon Cooks?
Yes, Brandon Cooks. He's been on like 10 different teams.
But he's worse than Brandon Cooks.
Well, Brandon Cooks has actually been pretty decent. We were talking about this yesterday with Adam when we did the division odds. The Giants are plus 3,500. Now, I don't think they're going to win the division, but they're going to be a pain in the butt. And they have a defense that I think is definitely going to keep them in games. And now they at least have a quarterback. He's not great, but at least he's not an abomination, right? I mean, Russell Wilson, say what you want. He at least should, like last year, he took a team to the playoffs. He's not great, but I think the Giants, their problem is they're not going to be able to score that much. But their defense should keep them in games. They're going to be scrappy. And it's like you're not going to be able to go in there and just beat them by showing up for the most part. The Giants' defense, I think, now plus 3,500, they're way a long shot.
To me, if you look at it this way, Mike, do you believe that the Russell Wilson in 2025 is better than Daniel Jones?
Better than Daniel Jones in general or Daniel Jones when he took him to the playoffs?
Pick one. To me, they're the same.
Yeah, I mean, Russell Wilson's just meh at this point.
Well,
Daniel Jones is meh.
Well, that's why I'm asking. Because,
he's more professional.
Right. So if you think
he should make less mistakes.
Right. So if you think you can get more out of Russell Wilson than Brian Dable got out of Daniel Jones when they went to the postseason and they won a playoff game.
Good answer by this guy. For the Eagles, Sidney Brown.
Tasmanian Devil.
Being the guy. Now, we don't know enough about Makuba yet. Makuba.
Right. We don't know if he's a good trash talker or not. I
Yeah.
don't remember hearing that he's a big trash talker.
Look, is he going to come in? Right. What about Ringo?
Now, Ringo is remember, part of his thing when he came to the NFL was maturity, right? You know, he was a bit of he was very young in the college when he entered college at Georgia as a 5-star recruit. He got drafted very young. Does he come from that generation of guys who, they yap? Maybe you just put him out there just to keep yapping at the guy, and then he says, enough from you.
All right, Sports Bash Live. There's a little look at the NFC East with George Pickens there now. Does it change the dynamics of the NFC East at all for anybody out there? And then, of course, coming up on the other side, before we get to football at 4 today on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, welcome back. I'll explain coming up next on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. All right, 349, Mike Gill with you. Sports Bash this hour brought to you by Broadleaf's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating, plumbing service installation for generations. 609-390-3907. Welcome back. Dallas Goedert is back. So Goedert is back with the Philadelphia Eagles. So that whole uncertainty is now erased. Jeff Mosher in 10 minutes for football at 4. What's the biggest remaining question now that Goedert is back? 609-403-0973. He'll be back one more year because he'll be a free agent at the end of the next year. And then where do they shift their attention? Keep this in mind. At the end of this month, Brandon Graham, remember he retired, but he's still technically on the roster. So the Eagles can fill his roster spot. And then maybe you can go out and try to find some more free agents. And, the whole Justin Simmons thing is looming as well. What do you mean? Everybody just kind of keeps pointing the finger that Justin Simmons and Philadelphia are a match. In fact, Brian Baldinger said as much so of like, hey, listen, this guy wants to play in Philadelphia, right? He wants to be here. He wants to be in Philadelphia. Here's what Brian Baldinger said on NFL Network.
It's not just a reunion with Justin Simmons and Vic Fangio. He wants to come to Philadelphia. He wants to be there. They drafted Andrew Makuba out of Texas, which is good. They've drafted Sidney Brown to go with Reed Blankenship. There's players there, but nobody with the numbers, the interceptions, like really the leadership that he can provide. They lost Darius Slay. They lost some leaders in that secondary. He provides that. He's another very, very smart guy, understands the game, high football IQ. And when he wants to be there, he wants to come to Philly. Just find him a house in South Jersey. He's gonna be here.
Anybody know a good real estate agent for Justin Simmons? The takeaway from that, Josh, I think is, look, we all know Justin Simmons wants to come here. Why? Because of Vic Fangio. 2, he wants to come to the Eagles because he has a chance to win a Super Bowl. This is going to go on and on and on. I'm wondering if he holds out in terms of, can he hold out without somebody else approaching him with an offer till after June 1st when Brandon Graham officially opens up a roster spot? Is that when Howie Roseman then makes that decision? Do they like their safety room enough that they don't think that Justin Simmons is necessary? Because I guess I would ask this question. You draft Andrew Makuba, Drew Makuba, whatever he wants to go by in round number 2. Do you want him to be the starter, or do you want a veteran to come in here and take his spot?
No, I want a veteran to come in and compete with him for the spot.
Okay, does Justin Simmons want to come here and be told you're not a starter?
I think you signed Justin Simmons with the understanding that you're coming in here like you did with every Fangio year. Fangio makes guys compete. You want to be with Fangio? You want to be on a Fangio defense? Come in here and compete.
I wonder, though, how that conversation goes. I don't know, man. Hey, coach, I want to come play for you. Well, you don't have a guaranteed spot. I mean, is this a Devin White situation? And look, they haven't even made that signing yet. I'm just going off of what Baldy said. He wants to play here. We think the Eagles, and we're going to talk about this with Moshe because I want to get his take on do the Eagles, would they rather a rookie win that job, or would they feel better if they brought Simmons in here and he won that job?
I think Philadelphia doesn't want to force any of their young players to play any more than they have to. I think Philadelphia drafts these guys with the intention that...
You look at last year, though. They had 2 starting rookies, so I don't think they're afraid to play rookies.
They're not afraid because Fangio's never been afraid to play rookies. We've documented that in the past. But I don't think the Eagles are going to say, we drafted Makuba, we have to play him.
Very fascinating. We're going to get into that discussion coming up on the other side. Football at 4, Sports Bash Live. 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. Hey, I want to tell you about my friends over at Game Day Men's Health over in Egg Harbor Township. We're getting to the summertime, guys, and that means you guys want to get out and get more active. Well, my friends at Game Day Men's Health at Egg Harbor Township can help you make sure as you're more active that you're not hurting afterward. They have treatable areas with MSK therapy, plantar fasciitis, back pain, neck pain, foot, heel, stress fractures, knee pain, scar tissue, tendon pain, hamstring pain, shoulder pain. If you are dealing with any of that, they have MSK therapy, shockwave therapy, accelerated healing. It's non-invasive, no scarring, and it's highly effective. They are one of the only places in all of South Jersey that offers it. So check them out at 3069 English Creek Avenue in Egg Harbor Township. Give them a call, 609-365-7088. Game Day Men's Health. Get back in the game, guys. 15 minutes is all it takes. Football at 4 is powered. Brian Baldinger said that. Sorry. Football at 4 powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Jeff Mosher, Philly voice and Inside the Birds podcast, set to join me as the Eagles do have some news today. They have brought back Dallas Goedert. What does that mean? I want to get into what Brian Baldinger said right there as well. With Jeff Mosher from Philly Voice and the Inside the Birds podcast. He's set to join me right now on another edition of Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast, right here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. So I don't know that you heard the bite, Mosher. I see you're trying to get your stuff all put together over there, so I will allow you to try to do that here. But before we get to Jeff Mosher, the bite from Brian Baldinger, it's not an unfamiliar one. It is that Justin Simmons wants to play for the Eagles, and he's saying, look, he would add leadership. He would add all these things that the Philadelphia Eagles are lacking right now at that spot. So I guess the question I would have to start things off for Mosher here, we'll get into Goedert and all that stuff as he joins us now for Football at 4 here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Everybody keeps thinking, Moshe, that Justin Simmons is like the next guy to come. Now you got the Goedert thing figured out. We'll get your thoughts on that. But I guess my question for you is, if the Eagles were to sign a player like Justin Simmons at safety, do they sign him with the thought of we want you to be our starting safety, or we just want you to add competition to push Brown and Makuba?
That's a good question. But, if you're Justin Simmons and you've accomplished what you've accomplished, it's not like you're a defensive end who can rotate in like Chris Long a couple of years ago when they won a Super Bowl. I would think if you're Justin Simmons and you're signing with the team and you're doing so and being picky to win a championship, you're not signing to be the third safety, right, in a big nickel package. You're Justin Simmons. You want to be a starting safety. So that's where the difficulty comes in, because Vic Fangio seemed very, very excited to get Drew Makuba when the Eagles drafted him. They have another young kid in Sidney Brown, and we can talk about his fit or lack thereof in the defense, but he's still a third-year player with a lot of upside and a really good special teamer. So they want to play him. So where are you putting Justin Simmons on the field? If he signs, right? You got Reed Blankenship. So how does that work out?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to pick your brain on here is and I agree with you, like if you're telling Justin Simmons, hey, we want to sign you, is Simmons saying, well, am I the starter, or are you bringing me in here to be a backup? Am I Devin White? Like, can I get cut?
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
And money. Think about the money. Like if you're Justin Simmons and you sign a 1-year deal for like $600,000 guaranteed or $650 guaranteed, which is kind of the standard 1-year deal. Maybe it's now $700. It used to be $650, $700. That basically means that you're not a sure shot to make the roster. So why are you going through all that effort if somebody else is giving you at least a chance to start somewhere else? Or if it's not, even though I guess then you're Justin Simmons and do I want to even play any longer when I'm not even guaranteed a starting spot or even guaranteed $1 million to play?
Well, and that's the thing. He knows the system. So it's not like you're bringing in a veteran player that you're not sure of. Kevin Byard, they brought him in here. He was definitely a very good player, but didn't fit this system. Justin Simmons would come in here and fit this system, and that goes back to, do you draft Andrew Makuba in the second round thinking you want him to sit the whole year and have Justin Simmons play, or do you want him out there playing right away? That's where I think the whole Simmons thing gets a little murky.
To me, it's not. 95% of your draft picks in the second round, you want to come in and start right away. And even if you don't, you have that expectation that they can. There are some rare instances. We've seen this with both Landon Dickerson and Cam Jurgens, but we know that the Eagles, with the offensive line, like to draft a year early. Cam Jurgens did have to sit his entire first year. They knew that was a possibility. Then Jason Kelce came back, and they put him at right guard because they knew he couldn't sit 2 years in a row, so they had him start at right guard. Landon Dickerson was drafted like 38th overall, darn near a first-round pick. He was supposed to sit, Mike, that first year because they had Brandon Brooks and Isaac Seumalo, but Seumalo wound up getting hurt pretty early in the year, out for the year. Dickerson slides in. But the Eagles don't draft safeties. That's not one of those positions where they're like, all right, we don't mind waiting a year for this guy to develop. It's just not that important a position for what they do, even in a Vic Fangio defense, that they'll have that. Now, if a guy just isn't ready to play, like Davion Taylor a couple of years ago in round 3, then he's not ready to play, and they're not going to force him to be on the field. But that's not the expectation when they drafted him in the second round.
With the amount of turnover, though, 4 starters they need to change. Would you feel better with a veteran player at safety? You're changing corner. You're changing, tackle. You're changing your edge rusher. Would you rather have a guy at safety that is not a first-year player?
I mean, theoretically, sure, but it just doesn't make sense to me. I mean, I don't want to make this situation comparable to others, but it's sort of like, would you rather have Zach Bond or somebody else that you don't know competing against Nakobe Dean or Devin White? And Devin White turned out to be not the right guy for the scheme and system, and thankfully Zach Bond came on. Now Simmons is different. He's been a really good player in this scheme, and I'm sure he's fine. But I think his best days are probably behind. That's why he's a free agent right now. And I think if you're the Eagles, you understand, and Howie Roseman has said this, that you have to move on to younger players and get them on the field and hope that their surrounding environment is good enough so that you can work through their flaws, like they did with Nolan Smith, who for a year and a half basically didn't play a whole lot, but they had other pass rushers to compensate. So could the Eagles, if they're really struggling in training camp and Vic Fangio says to Howie, I don't think Makuba's ready and I don't think Sidney Brown's ready either, what do we do? Then Howie either looks toward Simmons, who will probably still be available, or a trade for somebody else, or there's always safeties on the scrap heap who can at least get in there and give you some type of serviceable play. Not great until you're ready to get Makuba coached up.
Yeah, you mentioned safety on the scrap heap. That's where Simmons I go back to and say, hey, Vic Fangio saying this guy's not a scrap heap player. He knows what I'm doing. We can win with this guy, right? That I feel like that one's still fluid. This because of how young they are at that safety spot. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. I mean, listen, there was an argument last year going into the year, and I think there was this conversation about it, about getting Justin Simmons to put next to C.J. Gardner-Johnson because Reed Blankenship was part of that collapse of 2003, and he's undrafted free agent, and he played really well last year, which made people forget about the fact that people were talking about bringing in Justin Simmons around this time last offseason. So I don't know that Vic has some – listen, I think Vic likes his players, but I don't know if he gets all that nostalgic. I must go have this guy who was good for me 5 or 6 years ago. I think he likes the idea of young talent that he can mold and groom like he's done with Jalex Hunt and Nolan Smith and other young guys, Jalen Carter on the defense.
All right, let's get your thoughts now that this Goedert thing has taken a turn. There was a lot of pontification that they were going to get rid of Goedert. How did this come full circle to where he's back?
Well, it took, honestly, both the Eagles, and I think I said this to you the other day, I think Howie Roseman handled the situation really well. He had no intention of paying Dallas Goedert $14 million a year, but he also did not publicly speak of Dallas Goedert like he was a nobody, an afterthought. And now the obvious response is, well, yeah, he's trying to trade him. No, I think he was genuinely being honest about the team being better with Dallas Goedert and working to find a really good situation for both. So Goedert, in my opinion, Mike, and I had sort of an argument with Adam on the podcast. I think he had a little bit more leverage than we might think because he was owed this money. It wasn't guaranteed. The only leverage he had or against him that the Eagles had would they cut him to not pay him the money. And Mike, there was no way they were going to cut him. Look, they have no alternative at that position that plays even nearly at the high level. So in my opinion, Goedert could have said, you're not going to cut me. I'll call your bluff, showing up to work, and said, see, pay me my $14 million. And the Eagles would have been in a bind. And then maybe Howie would have had to said, well, fine, I'm just trading you to Jacksonville for a 6th-rounder. And now,
well, apparently it looked like he wasn't all that excited about the options that were presented to him.
And that's my point. Like, Goedert was given permission to seek a trade, and he may not have found the money, or maybe he found something that was close, but who wants to go play for, like, I was going to say the Raiders, but they have Brock Bowers, but a bad team. Like, maybe that just didn't appeal to him. He can look at Josh Sweat's situation last year and say, okay, I will take this pay cut, and I will go and try to have the best year of my career, stay healthy. I'll be 32. That works against me, and I'm not a pass rusher, but maybe if I just ball out and have a great year, I'll get a better contract than teams are willing to give me right now.
So what does that position now look like? Because they did sign a bunch of guys. They didn't draft one, but they did add a bunch of guys here. You guys talked about your 53-man roster predictions on the Inside the Birds podcast on offense. Now you have Dallas Goedert back. How does that change? It looked like they were in dire need. Now all of a sudden, do you feel good, or they still need to change that room?
Well, they don't need to change it now. They just need to make sure that by this time next year, they have a better alternative and replacement, whether it's in the draft or via trade market. But what it means for the time being is that one of Kylan Granson, Grant Calcaterra, and Harrison Bryant are probably not going to make the team, because you don't need 4 tight ends. And you have EJ Jenkins that you're also developing, who could always come back on the practice squad. And so then it becomes which one do we like most? Which one brings the most value to our offense? Because they're all kind of, the 2 free agents are on similar deals. And then Calcaterra is the less expensive alternative because he's on the 4th year of a 4th-year deal. But that also might make him some trade value. Who knows? We'll see.
All right, Jeff Mosher, real quick, a couple questions that just came in regarding that from some of the listeners. This one is from a big fan of the Football at 4, Phil and Brigantine. Do you think they would consider adding an upgrade at the slot? Does Amari Cooper or Boyd fit at slot for a 1-year flyer, or are you good with Dotson? I like this question because I have seen Amari Cooper's name as a fit for Philadelphia now that the trade with Pickens has been made. I know Cooper was kind of mentioned as a fit for Dallas. I don't know if that they go that route. Now, they've been trading for a ton of receivers. They got Pickens. I'll get your thoughts on that trade too. But what about Phil's question?
Yeah, I don't see Cooper as an ideal slot. I know with Dallas, he played a Z, a move Z position, while Michael Gallup really was the X. I think in Buffalo, he moved around a little bit. I don't know that he's the ideal or natural slot, but he certainly, just by name, is an upgrade over whoever the Eagles are going to put in the slot position. Tyler Boyd, he was for a couple of years in Cincinnati a really, really good slot receiver. He is the type of guy I can see the Eagles taking a flyer on right before camp, like they did last year with John Ross and Paris Campbell, and seeing if he still got something left in the tank, and if he does, you probably release him before the start of the season, try to get him on the training camp while you keep your younger guys. But they have a lot of younger guys, Mike. They have Anaya Smith. They have Johnny Wilson. They have Jahan Dotson, like you said. They signed Terrace Marshall, who can play some slot, even though he's not a slot receiver. So Boyd is a guy I could see them kicking the tires on. But it's sort of like, does that mean he makes the team, or does that just mean like he competes for a little bit, and if he's just okay, you try to get him on the practice squad?
All right, real quick, I know you got to get out of here. Does Pickens do anything for you? Does that change the complexion of Dallas?
Oh, hell yeah. How does it not? I mean, look what the alternative was. Jalen Tolbert. So, I mean, you worry about the combustibility. You worry about a first-year coach, Brian Schottenheimer, and how he's going to handle the sort of the ego and whatever it is that comes with Pickens. But I imagine a lot of Pickens' frustration was playing in Pittsburgh with a bunch of quarterbacks who weren't very good, not getting the ball enough. And now he's in a totally different environment. If Dak Prescott is healthy, Dak Prescott likes to drive the ball. And I could see him being a pretty happy receiver there. I think it's better for their offense. I think he complements CeeDee Lamb well, because CeeDee is more of a Z receiver who can also line up in the slot, but he's not an X receiver. Pickens is your purest X receiver as it comes. Put him on the backside of that formation, let him run down the field, run the post, run the fly routes. And by the way, the guy he's most compared to, right, was his former teammate who never even played with him, was DK Metcalf, right? You heard a lot of those comparisons.
His former teammate, I like that.
I know, right? DK, it's like Frank Gore being an Eagle. But DK Metcalf's best year came his second year. I think it was 1,400 yards, 1,300 yards, 11 touchdowns. Who was the offensive coordinator for Seattle that year? Brian Schottenheimer. So Schottenheimer will have a good plan on how to use George Pickens.
All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Football at 4. Jeff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast and Philly Voice, and, of course, here on Football at 4. All right, buddy. Appreciate it as always.
Out, Mike. Take care. Have a good one.
Yeah, quick abbreviated version. I know Moshe has to get rolling. We got plenty more this week. Tomorrow, Andrew will get his thoughts on all this stuff because I definitely want to dive into this Justin Simmons stuff a little bit deeper here. We'll keep it here. By the way, the Phillies lineup is out. Here we go. It is Bryson Stott, Trey Turner, Bryce Harper, Kyle Schwarber, Castellanos, Kepler, Realmuto, Bohm, Rojas. The only change is Rojas tonight. He is in the lineup. Sanchez is pitching, by the way. So Rojas is in the lineup. And no Marsh tonight. Who's pitching for Tampa? Tampa's tough because sometimes they throw openers. But I think the pitcher is right-handed tonight. So that's kind of interesting that, well, it's not interesting. It's telling that they are not just, and I'm not 100% sure that it's a right-handed pitcher. Is it a right-handed pitcher? I'm just assuming.
Shane Baz.
I could have sworn they said the Phillies are pitching righties like 8 out of the next 9. He could be, Shane Baz is pitching tonight.
He's right-handed.
He's a right-handed pitcher. So they're going with Rojas tonight against a right-handed pitcher, so they want to get him back in the lineup tonight. So that's kind of telling, I guess, that maybe this isn't a straight platoon in center field. I don't know what to make of it.
I just don't understand this obsession this team has with trying to get everybody playing time. Like, just go with the guy who's working until he doesn't work anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. You have splits that say otherwise, so I don't know that I agree 100% with you there because I don't want Marsh to play every day. The split suggests he shouldn't. The Stott thing is a little interesting. Are they going to – you're saying I don't know why they have to get these guys. They have to play. I mean, you can't play these guys 162 games. We know that. I don't think that's what you're suggesting. But I don't have a big problem as long as Sosa is producing for you. If he's in the lineup twice a week and he's getting the job done, I don't have a problem with Sosa getting those at-bats.
No, but what I'm saying is that, like, I just pulled it up. So against Shane Baz, Brandon Marsh is 0 for 2. Rojas is 1 for 2. Not exactly the greatest sample size in the world.
I would imagine that the Phillies as a team don't have a big sample size, though. That's not fair.
Not a huge sample size. I mean, the guy who has the best numbers against him is Nick Castellanos, but that's not saying much.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I don't know that it's fair to really say, usually our guy at Phillies Tailgate has everybody's bat. Yeah, here we go. Castellanos is 1 for 2 with a homer. Turner's 1 for 3. Stott's 0 for 3. Rojas is 1 for 2. And everybody else is 0 for 2, 0 for 2, 0 for 1, 0 for 1. So that's, insignificant.
No, but what I'm saying is that if it's a small sample size, then how do you decide Marsh over Rojas or Rojas over Marsh?
Well, I think in this case, I find it interesting that there's a right-handed pitcher and they're just going with the right-handed batter. Instead of what they normally would do is, hey, it's a right-handed pitcher, Marsh plays. So is this the first sign that Rojas has kind of hedged ahead for that job? Or, keep in mind, Rojas had been playing really well. Thompson maybe, quote-unquote, benched him and or he was sore. Hey, he's not sore anymore, and he was going pretty well. We want to get him back in the lineup again. I don't know. I guess we're going to have to wait till tomorrow. Who's pitching for the Rays tomorrow? You got Baz tonight. Tomorrow for the Rays, the Rays are so difficult to figure out because they have like openers a lot of the time.
It's the right-hander tomorrow. I guarantee I'm going to say this guy's last name wrong, but it's Ryan Pepoy.
Yeah.
Pepoy?
Yep. He's a righty. Yep.
But he's right-handed, so you have right-handers this whole series.
Yeah, I thought I saw the Phillies don't face a lefty. It's like 8 out of the 9 games. So this will be interesting. This will be a run where righties are going to throw against the Phillies pretty standard and steady for the next week or so. In fact, we can see who the Phillies have lined up against them for the next
It's all righties for the Cleveland series, too. So the 3 games here and the 3 games at Cleveland, all the starters are right-handed.
Williams, Beebe, Ortiz, Libator, Gray, Fetty.
Now, Liberatore is left-handed, so that's the next time you see a lefty.
Yeah, so that's the streak. It's 8 out of the next 9 are against. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Haney's pitching for that actually just populated. Haney's a lefty when they play the Pirates, so that is not until May 16th. So you have 2 lefties in like the next 10 games. So they're going to have to see if they want to get Rojas some regular at-bats here.
I mean, I guess it's a no better opportunity than now to let him put up or shut up, right? Like if Rojas, you're going to be the guy, you got to put it up.
All right, Sports Bass Live, 97.3 ESPN. Your guys' thoughts, Goedert is back. Justin Simmons, do you have any interest there? Or do you just want to go with the young guys? Who's the first GM or the next GM in Philly to get fired? I want to update the poll question at Mike Gill Show. You think that's changed at all?
Probably not. Might be a troll or two.
Roseman got a vote. That's a troll.
Total troll.
Briere's at 3%.
Troll.
Roseman's at 1%. Dombrowski's at 12%. Morey is at 82%. Who's the next GM in Philly to be fired? More Sports Bash coming up. 97.3 ESPN. At 429 Sports Bash, where are we at today? We're at the Nuggets. Nick's Nuggets are brought to you by the Hub. Gear that works as hard as you do. Nick Earnshaw is the producer of the Locker Room Weekends on 97.3 ESPN. He is host of the Shift podcast. It's a fun podcast, a lot of baseball talk primarily, and he is also the host of Nick's Nuggets right now on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. What's up, Nick?
Good afternoon, Mike Gill. Another edition of the Nuggets. I'm not in any suit today. I see you're not in a suit. Josh isn't in a suit. Nobody's in a suit like we discussed yesterday. That was a pretty fun discussion. Hopefully we'll get that back on the sidelines. But also, there's tons to talk about today. Just tons of stuff to talk about today. I have headaches. We're going to get into headaches in a little bit, too. I want to talk about a headache that I have that we can now put into Philadelphia sports. I'll talk about that in a later edition of the Nuggets. So a little bit later, nugget number 3, that'll be. But nugget number 1, Mike Gill, we got to talk about Alec Bohm. Alec Bohm has been mashing the baseball. He hit his first home run last night, and nobody laid down a bet or anything on the first home run for Alec Bohm this season. And listen, he's been playing really good baseball, and I feel like been one of the only people, you and I, you a little bit, Josh as well, that have stuck by Bohm. Like, I knew he'd figure it out. He'd turn it around a little bit. And I want to play a little clip from Ruben Amaro Jr. on what he said on the Philly Show podcast about Alec Bohm hitting his first home run. Take a listen.
At some point, he's going to get closer and closer to the back of his baseball card just because he's been doing it for so long. He's a good hitter, but he needs to do it a little bit more consistently, and he needs to have a little bit more thump. It's not about hitting home runs. He should, by accident, because of his power and because of his leverage, should hit 20 home runs. But he doesn't have to try to hit them because I do know that he gets out of sync when he does that.
So there's Ruben Amaro, Mike Gill, and, talking about the struggles with Alec Bohm over the course of the past year since he got hurt last year. Our buddy Jeff Kerr put out a stat over Alec Bohm's last 15 games on X. He's batting .321, a home run, 7 RBIs, 9 runs scored, and an .810 OPS. I'd say that's not too shabby at this point.
No, his last 20 games, we talked about this a little earlier. He's hitting like .310. His OPS has gone up, big time. He's absolutely starting to turn it around. I thought there was another tweet that I tweeted out. I didn't know if it was all. I quote tweeted it, and it had to do with the exit velo. Did you see this tweet?
I missed this tweet. I usually get all your tweets, but I missed this one.
All right. Well, I didn't, it wasn't for me. I quote tweeted. I'm going to go find it real quick here and put it up on the screen for the people who are watching on YouTube. Okay. I found the tweet. There we go. All right. So this one is from a guy by the name of Ryan Spader. I don't know if you follow him at all.
Yes.
All right. So the tweet from him suggests that the exit velocity of Bohm, he has had 31 balls hit over 95 miles an hour. They are classified as hard hit balls, okay? The expected batting average of balls hit that hard is .355 with a slugging percentage of .682. All right? You know what his batting average is on those balls?
What is it?
0. Every ball that he has hit over 95 miles an hour this season, every one of them has been an out. So you think about that. Your expected batting average is .355 with a .692 slugging percentage. His batting average is 0. So he's hitting the ball hard. He just seems to be hitting it right at people.
Yeah, that's a little bit unlucky, to say the least. But he's been hitting the baseball. That's been good. Like, he's got, over the last 15 games, he's been really good. And you got to give him credit. That's an interesting stat that he's hitting the baseball hard. It's just right at people. That's a little unlucky overall, but I think he's turning it around a little bit. And I think people were a little bit too harsh on him to start. Listen, he was bad to start. I get it. But he's been much better.
No, he was awful to start. To start.
He's been much better as of late, though. And I think people were not patient enough with Alec Bohm. Guys are going to go through slumps. He was bad to start the year, but now he's kind of turning around. He's kind of turning a corner a little bit.
Yeah, listen, Bohm's an unlikable guy. He's a hate the face. He's a crybaby. He's a throw your equipment kind of guy. He's not a likable guy, so I get it. You don't want to like Bohm? I don't have any problem with that. But you got to at least recognize the guy can hit. He drove in a lot of runs for this team, and they need him. Quite frankly, they need him. So I think Bohm will be, by the end of the year, he'll probably be around 250, 260. He'll probably end up hitting like 13 to 15 home runs, which is not enough. By the way, he had 97 RBI last year and the year before. He's not going to come anywhere close to that. But if they can get him to approach it, that means he got really hot and really got going. So I don't have a lot of concern that Bohm is going to be a useless bat, which is what he's been for the first month and a week of this season.
Yeah, I mean, look at where he's at in the lineup. This was a guy who was batting fourth, who would bat fifth, third. I mean, he was a middle-of-your-order guy. You now have him bat him at the bottom of the lineup. So that's where he's dropped off, and that's because of how bad he was to start the year. Now he's starting to turn it around. Maybe he's getting his confidence back a little bit, and I think, look, he's good enough to turn the corner. We've seen Alec Bohm's bat really get hot and him have really nice stretches, and I think you're going to see that at times throughout the season. Now, is he going to fall apart sometimes? Sure, that's just the player he has turned out to be, but there's going to be moments where he's going to be really, really important to this lineup and hitting the baseball well. You might see him back up in the heart of the order at times when he's really hot.
Yeah, listen, right now, if you have Alec Bohm, I've always said, look, Bohm is not a middle-of-the-order guy. He should be sliding down the back end of your lineup, which is where he's at right now. That's a good thing for Philadelphia. And last night was a best-case scenario. You saw 2, 3, 4, and 5 in the batting order all contribute. Pigs fly. Castellanos had a big hit. I'll give him the credit for that last night. So you had what you paid for. Your 4 highest-paid guys, Turner, Harper, Schwarber, Castellanos, they all got the job done last night. Voila, 8 runs came across.
Oh, would you look at that? Look at that. When the offense is clicking on all cylinders, you can score 8 runs. You win a ball game sometimes, Mike Gill. I mean, finally, a well put together, nice game.
That's your blueprint, right? Your highest paid players all come through. Your starting pitching, which is high paid, that shuts down the other team. That's a recipe for a win. Guys, I pay a lot of money coming through. What a philosophy.
It's nice when it works out for once. All right, let's move along. Nugget number 2. I want to talk about your poll question. Who is the next Philly GM to be fired? And I love this question. This is a fun question. And the fact there's even 1% for Howie Roseman, that's a troll. And I heard you guys talking about it. There's no way anyone in their right mind thinks that Howie Roseman would be the next GM to be fired. He's one of the greatest GMs of all time. The guy's a Hall of Famer. So let's relax on that. Good one for messing up the numbers a little bit for that vote or a couple of votes, whatever it was. Danny Briere, 4% right now. Daryl Morey, 83%. Dave Dombrowski at 12%. I'm a little shocked. And the obvious answer, I think, is Daryl Morey, obviously. But I'm shocked that Dave Dombrowski isn't a little bit higher. I thought it'd be a little closer between Morey and Dombrowski because people have been very critical. We have been very critical of Dave Dombrowski for the most part, and the lack of signings and moves in the offseason, the Kepler move. What are they doing at the deadline? The deadline trades haven't worked out. So there's reason to believe I would think more people will be more critical of Dombrowski. I think the Morey thing is just too overbearing, but I thought he'd be a little bit higher.
I agree. I thought he would be higher, but I definitely thought Morey would be running away with this. You're right. It's 83% right now for Morey. It's 12% right now for Dombrowski. It's 4% for Briere, and it's 1% for Roseman. Obviously, the Roseman person is a troll. But, Morey at 83%, that really highlights how down. Because the Phillies are in season right now, and a little bit, I don't want to say disappointing, but they're frustrating. And when fans are frustrating and you're in the moment, you're the one that gets all of the attention. So Dombrowski only getting 12%, that says people are fed up with Daryl Morey.
Yeah, I mean, I think, this is interesting because we talked about the worst contract last week in Philly sports right now, and you get rid of Trey Turner first. I think people, I mean, these are the guys who gave out the contracts. Morey, Dombrowski. Dombrowski gave out that Trey Turner contract. Daryl Morey gave out the Paul George contract, the Joel Embiid contract. Obviously, ownership had to sign off on all of them, but those are the guys who are in charge of signing those players. So I'm shocked that Dombrowski isn't higher because he's the one that gave Trey Turner the contract. He went out and got Trey Turner. I think this goes hand in hand with the question last week. Daryl Morey gave Paul George that money. He convinced ownership to sign Paul George. They sent a whole crew out there, Dr. J, the whole nine. He barely played this year, got hurt, and you're stuck with that contract now for a little while. So I think that's a massive part of it. And this poll question has to do with recency bias too. Like, what have you done for me lately? What have the Sixers done? Absolutely nothing.
Yeah, listen, I'm more willing to give Morey another shot. This year, we were talking about this in the Rye or Cy in the 5 o'clock hour the other day. This past year, this season that just ended, it's the only roster that Daryl Morey has ever built that had a losing record. Ever.
Wow.
Yeah.
But he's never gotten to a finals. That's the problem. He's never gotten to a finals. He's built really good teams. He's had the James Harden years with the Rockets. He's built good teams over the course of time. He just hasn't gotten over the hump. Listen, injuries played a massive role, but he also didn't make the right signings with the role players, etc. They went too old, and he admitted that.
I agree, and that's what I'm saying. Like, I think he knows, and we all know. I'm sitting here saying he had a bad offseason. He said he had a bad offseason. The injuries crippled this team to the point where I think it's at least, hey, this guy's had a lot of success. He always builds winners. Let's have him get another chance to kind of hope the injuries were a one-year thing. And if that's not the case, he's got to go. I mean, obviously, you can't bring him back again next year if the team doesn't make the playoffs. But I am saying you're not going to go out there and find a GM that has a better track record sitting on the street than Daryl Morey does right now.
Yeah, I don't think they're. Oh, Bob Myers. Bob Myers is out there on the street.
I said, if you told me right now that Bob Myers said, I'll take this job, and or Sam Presti was like, hey, you know what? I would like to go fix Phil. Like, those two guys would be slam dunks that I would say yes. Other than that, I mean, people act like there's just GMs all over the place, that are just these brilliant NBA GMs. Most people can't even name NBA GMs.
No. So, listen, they're going to give him another shot. They've gotten to the postseason. I mean, he's brought guys in. I mean, we have to remember, he made some decent trades in the past, right? He got out of the Al Horford contract. He brought in some role players. He brought in James Harden. He made that deal. He got rid of Ben Simmons, etc. I mean, like the Sixers, it's not an easy task to fix this franchise, okay? It's just not. And with all the unlucky stuff that has happened, this team's just cursed in general. But
listen, you have to he was a part of the decision to bring Paul George in here.
He was
part of the decision to re-sign Joel Embiid. Those are major demerits. However, he didn't act rogue in this.
No.
The front office, the organization, the ownership said, we want Joel back. And as Morey said, for us to get Paul George to come here. Now, you might say, I didn't want Paul George here. That's fine. They said, this was the best free agent on the market. How do we get him to come here? We are a team that has a window right now with Joel Embiid, an MVP player, Tyrese Maxey, an emerging star. We need a third player. There's nobody out there. Now, you might say, Paul George, he's hurt, he's this, he's that. Everybody thought that he was an upgrade over Tobias Harris. So the Sixers went for that. I can't fault them for at least taking the swing. We always complain when our teams don't try or don't spend money. They went out and signed the most expensive guy on the market, and for the first year, it has not worked. I don't think that's a fireable offense. Now, if he comes back next year and Paul George is broken down and hurt again, now you've made a mistake and you have to go.
Yeah, I think after that, it'll just be time. The fan base will be fed up. It'll be time for just new blood in there. Overall, we'll see. A lot rides on next year. A lot of it. And it's for Nick Nurse, too. It's not just Morey. It's Nurse, too.
If you had a job and your track record of success was you've never had a losing season, and then people are saying you stink and you're a failure, what are we judging then?
I think it's just judging championships. I think that's where people are at.
Then everybody's a failure. That's my point. Then literally anybody you bring in here would be a failure, because how many GMs can you name that have won NBA championships?
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's the mindset, though. I'm not saying I agree with that. Listen, you got to give Daryl Morey another shot. He did everything he could as much as we criticize him, could have been a bad move. Did he make bad moves last year? Absolutely. They went too old with a lot of the other players. He gave Embiid the contract. He got ownership to sign off on the Paul George thing. Great. We'll see how it pans out. I mean, you got another year with this. You're going to try it again. You have the lottery coming up. You have 10.5% pick 1, 10.5% pick 2, 10.6 pick 3, 10.5 for pick 4, 2.2 for pick 5, pick 6, 19.6%. Mike, I mean, do we think the lottery odds are going to go in our favor this way? If the Sixers, I mean, the Flyers were a total disaster. They fell to the 6th pick. The Sixers have the highest odds to get that 6th pick.
Well, it's definitely more important that the Sixers get their pick than the Flyers. Yeah. So you better hope that the Flyers had the bad night and that means the Sixers end up prospering. If they can move up anywhere, that would be great, but they just got to get one of these 6 picks. They cannot fall out of that top 6, and they cannot afford to lose that pick to Oklahoma City in the draft. Now, that being said, while I think it's highly important that they get this, I don't think it precludes them from being very interesting in the offseason because Morey knows he's now on the clock, and he knows he can't come back with the same team. He's already admitted that. So, and this whole report, that Elton Brand was up for the Hawks job, and he pulled out of the job because he knows how important this offseason is here. Now, that means to me that he wasn't getting that job, but that being said, it's well reported how important this offseason is. So buckle up, because it's going to be a wild offseason for Philadelphia.
Yeah, that arena, Xfinity Mobile Arena now, the new name of the Wells Fargo Center, it's just cursed. I mean, they can't get out of that building fast enough, both those franchises, all right? All right, nugget number 3. This is, I got to talk about headaches right now, and I have a headache because tomorrow I got to go get my real ID. I mean, this has been a total disaster across everywhere, etc. All right? So with that headache and the headaches of many travelers across the country, I want to ask you this, Mike Gill, and the audience out there. Is there a Philly sports figure that just has given you a headache watching them play or watching them after games, talk to the media? Is there any sports figure, whether it's an executive, a coach, a player, that has given you a headache throughout history?
Well, luckily, I'm not one that suffers from headaches. I've never had a headache in my life.
What?
Very, very infrequently do I get a headache. But your question is clever, and I'll play along here. Trey Turner would be on that list of guys that give me a headache because I expect so much more. I expect so much more from him than what I'm getting. So it's mind-boggling sometimes saying, man, this was a player that brought so much excitement, and it's turned into this. I would say, Tobias Harris for a time there. Ben Simmons was a headache, man. I was a big Ben Simmons, advocate. I appreciate what Ben Simmons did well. That doesn't mean he still didn't give you headaches. I was disappointed at Simmons in terms of, I don't think he hit his full potential, but I still think he was pretty good. Put it this way. For a guy who didn't hit his full potential, he was a 3-time All-Star who was one of the top 15 players in the game for a stretch there, yet still gave me headaches.
I like it. See, Tobias Harris is my number one. More recently, over the past couple years,
Brian Colangelo, by the way. Brian Colangelo.
Whoa. There you go. That's a good one. That's a great one. I love that. You know who gave me headaches as well? Chip Kelly. Chip Kelly gave me headaches while he was here. Oh, my goodness. Getting rid of all those players. And then with the offense, the defense being I just couldn't take it. And some of his press conference, I just wanted to rip my hair out. I was getting headaches. I had migraines. I don't know how you don't get actual headaches. Mike.
What about when Andy was here? Oh, we got to do a better job. All that stuff. That was always very frustrating to kind of go through, especially in the years where they were not very good. There was only a handful of those, but when the Eagles weren't good, Andy Reid was frustrated. Reid's fine when they're good, but when they weren't good, he was a pain in the butt.
Yeah, he was one. Gabe Kapler, another one. Headaches every time he went to the microphone. But yeah, there's definitely some athletes throughout Philly sports history that have given you a headache. It's just really, why would you say that? And then sometimes when you watch them play, they give you a headache as well. And I'm sure if Billy Schweim's listening, Joel Embiid gives him headaches. He calls him the human mop because he's always falling on the ground. So I'm sure he gets headaches from watching him. This Phillies team at times gives me headaches just overall. And just watching them play, it gets frustrating. I mean, the other night, was it 2 weeks ago now or last week, whenever it was, when they blew the game at the end, that gave me a massive headache. So this city, I mean, I think dealt with a lot of migraines with these franchises.
Absolutely. Somebody texted in Rich Kota. You know what's funny? So when I was in college, the girl that I dated my freshman year, her best friend was Rich Kotite's daughter.
Wow.
And, she was talking to her on the phone, and I'm in the background yelling obnoxiously, "Your dad was the worst coach."
Oh, man. And that's great. That is great. Oh, my goodness. That's
You
awesome.
You weren't around for the Kotite years.
I was not. I would say a lot of people probably early in the Eagles season, Nick Sirianni, he gave people headaches.
You know who gives you a headache, by the way? Man, we missed the biggest one, Odubel Herrera.
Oh, gosh. Yeah. Wow.
Oh, he was a headache all the time. Well, and Rojas and Herrera, the two lowest IQ players of all time, running into outs, misplaying balls. I mean, the two of those guys were headaches.
I'm surprised you didn't say Castellanos. I'm shocked you didn't say Castellanos.
Castellanos doesn't give me a headache. I mean, his after game stuff bizarre. Like if the Phillies said, "Hey, we want to offer you Nick Castellanos," I don't even think I'd want to talk to him. I mean, he's just so bizarre with some of his answers. I mean, but I don't look at Castellanos. People act like I just hate Castellanos. I'm just realistic. That's all.
Yeah, I hear you. I think he gives you headaches sometimes. You won't admit it. But
no headache from Castellanos. Rojas, he gives me headaches because his low baseball IQ I can't deal with.
Him trying to bunt gives me the biggest migraine of all time.
All right, that's today's Nuggets here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Yeah, 40 kid, Ben Simmons, he was a headache. All right, we'll do it again tomorrow. That's Nick's Nuggets brought to you by the Hub, gear that works as hard as you do. See you, man.
Peace.
All right, more tomorrow. The Nuggets are back right here on the Sports Bash as the Phillies try to take two in a row against the Rays down at Steinbrenner Field. We have the lineup scrolling on the bottom right here on the YouTube channel and on the X platform. If you're listening on the radio, we got plenty more to go. Download the free mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea Isle City and take the Sports Bash with you everywhere you go. More Sports Bash. Matt Kate May says Doc Rivers was headaches. That's a good one, Matt. All right, final hour of the show, Sports Bash Live. Phil's tonight taking on Tampa. They win last night 8-4. Lineup tonight is out, and the Sports Bash has it for you in just a second. This hour, we'll dive into all of the things that are happening, including Dallas Goedert isn't going anywhere. He's back with the Eagles. He gets a restructured deal, $4 million pay cut for him to stay in Philadelphia. So Goedert stays, and now the offense is back intact. We have that coming up this hour on the Sports Bash. Phillies lineup tonight: Bryson Stott, Trey Turner, Bryce Harper, everybody hitting third, Kyle Schwarber, Nick Castellanos, Max Kepler, JT Realmuto, Alec Boehm, and Johan Rojas. That's the only change in the lineup tonight. Rojas in the 9-hole tonight. All for Christopher Sanchez at George Steinbrenner Field in Tampa against the Rays as the Phillies try to make it 2 straight against the Tampa Bay Rays. And, of course, right now it's another edition of Rye or Cy. Ryan Rothstein is back as we got a lot of stuff we're going to jump into today. Just one segment for Rye or Cy today. I got some stuff coming up at 5:30 to stick around for here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. I know we're short today, so we got a lot of stuff we want to hit on, man. What's going on?
Yeah, what's happening? First of all, is that where the Rays play all the time?
They should. No.
What's up with that? I mean, it's the Ventnor Babe Ruth field.
I mean, they had a hurricane that knocked the roof off of their building.
Oh, okay. I didn't even. I mean,
you didn't know that?
I literally forgot. I literally had no clue. No, I mean, I don't pay attention to anything that's not Philadelphia sports. You can't.
Well, I mean, there was a major hurricane that blew the roof off, and it was kind of a big story that they couldn't play home games because they need to get the roof fixed.
Yeah, that's bad. That's a bad job by them.
Bad job by you.
George Steinbrenner Field, my goodness.
Well, they had a couple different options. The Phillies minor league spring training home is closer to they're about the same distance. The Yankees is in Tampa, the Phillies is in Clearwater, the Rays was another the Blue Jays was another option. They looked in Orlando, that was a little too far, so they decided that Steinbrenner was the closest, and it's also in Pinellas County, which is, I think there was some political push to keep them there. So they ended up at Steinbrenner Field. It has, it's the biggest of the spring trainings. I think the Phillies is a little smaller. But yeah, this was like a big deal.
Yeah, it's not big enough.
That's why they're playing in the minor league field.
It's embarrassing for them because they probably can't even fill that place. It's like they could go over to the Pop Warner Field at their local rec and that wouldn't be filled. So you just feel bad for them.
It sits like 11,000. I think they're getting close to that every single night. I mean, I think it actually for them it works because they don't draw anything at Tropicana Field, so this actually makes it feel like there's people there. But it's small. I mean, it's definitely a single A facility.
Right. Yeah.
Although I've been to there before.
Hilarious.
I've been there before. Of all of the single A facilities, the 3 that they had to choose from, they're all pretty cool. Like, there's some minor league, there are some spring training facilities that are way worse, or I don't say worse, they're just way less than that. I mean, that one is it's like a mini Yankee Stadium. They have like a monument park outside. It looks like a mini Yankee Stadium. The Phillies is a very nice stadium. The Blue Jays, they refurbished the Blue Jays during COVID because, if you remember, Toronto had to play in Dunedin because they weren't allowed to play in Canada.
Yeah. It's funny to me that, they can't even fill that type of stadium. Like, those stadiums are cool for spring training, but,
Well, they didn't have much of a choice under the circumstances here.
It's just funny. That's all.
Yeah.
Funny.
But, like, for instance, the Athletics are playing in Sacramento. That's a AAA ballpark. So it is a little bit better than, the one in Tampa is a single A ballpark.
Right. Right. Yeah. Brutal stuff, man.
If you see last night, there was the ball hit down the left field line. There's like 2 inches from the foul line, and there's not seats there. It's the bullpen. Normally, you have like the fans right up to the field. Well, the bleachers stop. I think they've done a decent job, though, like changing that place over. It's got all Rays stuff. They were talking during the broadcast last night how the color, the blue of the Yankees and the blue of the Rays.
Yeah, similar colors. Yeah,
so they didn't have to change that all that much. But, hey, listen, it was an unfortunate situation. They actually talked during the broadcast last night. I don't know if you caught this. they're making the roof to repair the roof, and it's coming from like, I thought they said Germany, and then like via China. Like it's going from Germany to China and then coming here for them to, it's costing them like millions of dollars to fix the roof on that place. And there was some talk.
Why don't you just leave the roof off?
Oh, well, one of the problems down there is it's hot as heck in the middle of the summer and it rains all the time.
Seems like one of the problems is the roof.
Well, the roof, they had a hurricane.
I'm an idiot, but that seems like one of the problems. I don't know.
Well, apparently the roof wasn't reinforced enough for the 150-mile-per-hour winds that it got knocked off by.
Yeah, and down in Florida, I'm sure that's going to happen again.
Well, it made it through the last. That stadium's not brand new; it's been there for a while. So I think it was a little bit of a surprise that the roof came off. But they need an indoor stadium down there. It is. Last night it was like you could see how hot it was down there, and it's May.
Yeah, no, it does get brutal down there.
Not only that, you have
in August.
It's going to be absolutely miserable playing outdoor games there, and then it rains all the time.
Right.
That's another big
It rains
problem.
randomly, too, so it's like it'll rain for an hour or two in the afternoon and then stop.
Absolutely.
So it's a nightmare. Yeah. It's no win down there for baseball. For real. I mean, for being honest, it's like a no-win situation.
No,
they
and this
have to
was
spend $1 billion to get a indoor facility for no one to show up to it.
Well, they got approval. They did get approval for a new stadium, but the problem is the cost to get the roof fixed. Now they're almost saying we're not going to put the money into both. You got to pick one or the other. Do you want the roof fixed or do you want? So they're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what. It's definitely not worth it.
Well, they're getting the roof fixed.
Right, but that's not worth it. I mean, no one's showing up. How much money are they spending to put in a new roof, a new facility,
I think
whatever it is?
Josh, I think it's like $15 million, right? Was the number I thought to get the roof fixed on that place?
That's not. I was expecting even more than that, but
I think it's like $15 million was the number. It could be more than that to get that roof fixed. Yeah, it was a disaster. I mean, that place got absolutely destroyed. And they think it's going to take a couple of years. I think they might have to play in Stein. It might be 2 or 3 years they might have to play here.
Holy cow.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Yeah, I didn't hear that. I was watching a lot of the playoffs, flipping back and forth from a lot of the NBA. I mean, I've been locked into NBA, man. I'm not going to lie. Like the Phillies have I've lost some Phillies stuff. I'm locked into the Phillies every day, but the NBA's got me. I mean, if you're even a little bit of a hoops fan, I don't know how you're not watching the NBA playoffs, both games every night. They are just absolutely unbelievable.
I did watch. I'm into Celtics Knicks. I did watch that the other night. We didn't talk about it yesterday, which I was surprised by. We never got to it. But my sentiment on that is admirable effort by the Knicks. Congratulations. The Celtics are not missing 45 threes again, and you're not hitting 46% of your threes. So you got one. Congratulations. I still think the Celtics win that series.
I do too. I mean, the Knicks just aren't good enough. They're not deep enough. But I will say this. I don't think the Celtics are going to win it back-to-back. I don't even think the Celtics right now, if I have to pick, I don't think the Celtics are coming out of the Eastern Conference. I'm curious to see what Joe Mazzulla and the Celtics do. Like, after the game, he's like, yeah, we're just going to keep shooting threes. And it's like, all right, that might work, but I don't know if it's going to continue to work. There's a lot of teams in this playoffs this year that are multi-talented, can do a lot of different things, can beat you in a lot of different ways. And the Celtics right now, it's sort of just live by the three, die by the three.
Yeah, but you know what? Like, if you look at Keith Smith, our buddy Keith Smith, who put these stats out, if you look at these numbers.
He's a big Boston guy, isn't he?
Yeah, he covered the Celtics for a while, yes. But these numbers here, I think, kind of tell the story of, if you're the Celtics, why you shouldn't hit the panic button at all. And maybe people were trying to convince me, it's the Knicks defense that caused them to shoot so poorly. Not the case. The Celtics were 14 of 56 on open to wide open shots. So they got 24 wide open threes. They had 32 open threes on tight defense and very tight defense. They were 1 for 5. So you can't sit here and tell me, well, the Knicks defense was the reason. The Celtics had open looks. If they get, 56 open looks again, I think they're going to hit more than 25% of them. That's just me.
No, yeah, 14 for 56. They haven't gone, but six taking 63s in a playoff game in the second round. There's also plenty saying this side of it too, which I don't necessarily disagree with either. It's absurd.
Well, by the way, and as Keith points out, in the regular season on open or wide open threes, Boston hit 38% of them. If they make 38% of their threes, and this is with the Knicks making 46%. All right, they hit 46% the other night. If the Celtics hit their regular average, the game's not even close, and that's with the Knicks hitting 46%.
Yeah, I'm just intrigued because the style of play has changed, and that style of play, the way the Boston Celtics are playing, hucking up 63s in the second round of a playoff game, no other team right now is playing like that. Teams are getting to the rack. Teams are getting to the foul line. They're 99 to 90, 88 to 86 type of games. The Celtics are trying to play like they're playing the Charlotte Hornets on a Tuesday night in February where they score 148.
Yeah,
and
but
the
you know
refs
what?
ain't giving them those calls. The refs, I can almost see them sitting there like, this team, there's a bunch of, what? And I'm curious to see how games 2 and 3 go. That's all. I'm 63s.
I'm with you on that. I'm interested tonight to see how the game changes, and if the Knicks win this game, God bless them. I'm rooting for the Knicks, by the way, so I want the Knicks to win this series. I just don't see it, and here's why. I said this years ago. All these teams, the Warriors did something that nobody else was doing. So then everybody tried to copy the Warriors, and I said, you can't out-Warriors the Warriors. You're not going to outshoot that team. They're too good. I think the Knicks are they tried to put a roster together that is like similar to what the Celtics are. They're just a knockoff version. It's like, hey, now I think Brunson is a difference. The Celtics don't really have a Brunson, but they got the 2 wing players in Anunoby, which I think that was a great addition by them last year. And then when they brought him back for this year, I just think that they were too similar to the Celtics in terms of what made them get to the finals last year was that they were a different style. So it's like our style versus your style. Now it's almost like we're trying to emulate you a little bit more.
Yeah, well, yeah, for sure. I mean, the one thing that the Knicks have is no one has a Jalen Brunson, which some people say it's a good thing. Some people say it's a bad thing. I mean, that jury sometimes is still out for discussion and debate. But
I'll take that dude on my team.
I will, too. He's a winner. Something I haven't seen on the Sixers in a while. But, it's the Celtics right now are just – I don't know if it's sustainable. I don't know if it's sustainable taking 63s. And I don't know if I think the Celtics are going to win this series because, first of all, I wish both these teams can lose. I can't root for the Knicks. I can't root for the Celtics, but it is entertaining basketball. I think the Celtics are going to have trouble next round. I'll tell you what, I said yesterday, I like the Indiana Pacers to win this series. They're now up 2-0. I can see that series now ending in 5 or 6. If you watch that post game, Donovan Mitchell, he looks freaking deflated. He's already booking his trip to Cancun. I mean, Cleveland is done. And the whole regular season was about the Cleveland Cavaliers. They're about to get embarrassed by Halliburton.
When we talk about I'll take Brunson, Mitchell's not a guy I'm all that interested in having on my team.
I agree. I agree.
But I get, we talked about this the other day. What does that mean about your regular season? Where the Cavaliers were clearly the best team all season long, and now 2 games in, you're like, what did that matter?
Nothing. I know. It's amazing. We talked about it with the Rockets, and it's like these teams, they have great stories, especially these young teams, i.e. the Houston Rockets. But as it relates to Cleveland,
Oklahoma City.
Yeah, Oklahoma City. Well, Oklahoma City's superbly talented. You still expect them to be at least in the Western Conference Finals, but we'll see. Maybe not, right? I mean, this playoffs has been crazy, but it is a problem. It is a problem because the playoffs have been so good. It's like 2 different sports. It's 2 completely different sports.
It's so different. It's so different. And I'm watching the Sixers. I mean, I'm watching the Celtics and the Knicks, and I'm thinking the Sixers, even it's hard to see them be able to match the intensity of what you're watching right now. I can't picture it.
Oh no, not even a little bit. That's the Sixers are miles and light years away from any of these teams. And I'm not trying to bash Joel Embiid here, but it's that he is certainly a big part of that problem.
No doubt about it. I mean, and they listen. The poll question we had up earlier, which just got wrapped up, which was who's the next GM to get fired. I think you and I were talking about this, so I wanted to see what everybody else thought. Morey, 83%, not even close. Dombrowski next at 12.5. It shows you how done people are with this iteration of this team, and I totally get it. Like, I understand where these people are, but I think there's going to be a lot of change in this offseason. I think there's going to be a lot of change in this offseason.
Yeah, I sigh at that 83%, but I get it. I mean, Sam, I'm with you. I do understand why people are fed up. Anything with the Sixers right now, you put a poll question out there, Philly sports, like anything involving we're sick of or we want change, right? What's the answer? It's going to be the Sixers. It could be Morey, it could be Nurse, it could be Joel Embiid, it could be Paul George, Josh Harris, the owner. Everyone in this city is sick and tired of all of those names. They don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear about Joel Embiid, Paul George, Josh Harris, Daryl Morey, Nick Nurse. It doesn't matter. Kyle Lowry. It don't matter who you're talking about. No one wants to hear about him. It's sad.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, you're absolutely right. Is that, and it's because, like, you get to a point in sports, and it gets earlier and earlier and quicker, where if you don't get the job done, we want to see somebody else in there. You like this whole thing that it used to be like, hey, Michael Jordan didn't win for 8 years. LeBron, it took him 8 years. Like, after a certain, but like now it's like if you don't get it done in 2 or 3 years, you can't get it done, and we want to see the next guy.
Absolutely. And I'll add this too. If the Phillies, I don't think I'm going out on that much of a limb here, but if the Phillies don't get it done this year, I think they enter that bubble, that castaway bubble with the 76ers.
Say that again?
If the Phillies don't get it done this year, they're in that boat with the 76ers.
Well,
I don't want to hear about Harper. I don't want to hear about Rob Topper. I don't want to hear about any of them because people are close to the Phillies right now, jumping off the ledge.
Oh, I was going to say, I think people, one of the reasons why, this is a Phillies team right now that's, 20-14? I mean, that's a pretty good record. And people are looking more at the negative every single day because I think they're right on the precipice of being the Sixer type of thing where, okay, we just don't believe in you. I'm not buying it. I'll only believe it if you get it done in the playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm curious to see how the narrative switches with Bryce Harper. I mean, if Bryce Harper was, I know this is stupid, but if Bryce Harper was like Aaron Judge right now, how much better would the Phillies be? Like when are we going to hold Bryce Harper to a higher superstar standard? I've never heard anyone hold him accountable in this town, and I love him. I love him to death. I was there in person when it was Bedlam at the bank. I love the guy.
You get the benefit of the doubt generally when you produce in the big moment.
For sure, but if that big moment never officially comes, does that change? That's what I'm curious.
Well, I mean, his moment, he came through. Right. If you don't win the World Series, at what point do people start to get frustrated? I'll tell you what. He's interesting because he is a panderer, right? He wears the stuff. He goes big time. I mean, so he is definitely a guy that I'm interested to see when the people start to react to him.
Right.
Negatively.
That's my thing too. And maybe it's never, but I would say like that would be a first in this town. Like that, if Bryce Harper never gets it done and people never start to react negatively, that would be a first in my lifetime as a Philly fan. I've never seen that before. Even the fact that he's got skated by this much, I'm a little bit surprised about, to be quite honest.
Yeah, I mean, again, he did come through, and I think people do. Hey, that Bedlam at the bank was a big moment, and when you show that you came through in that moment, I think people will give you a little bit more leeway.
Yeah. Yeah, clearly, right?
Yeah. Yep. No doubt. Yeah. And there's been so many other things around him right now that have stood out. The bullpen's been awful. Bohm has been an atrocity. Mm-hmm. All that stuff I think has been heightened and has pushed him down. If he was the one thing that was at the top of the list of why they weren't winning, maybe that would be different. I don't know.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's fair, and that's just the reality. So it makes sense. I just you start to wonder, at least I do when we're having this conversation, like, well, how much better could Harper really be right now?
I think they showed on the broadcast last night, that his numbers right now are eerily almost exactly the same as they were at this point last year.
Okay. I mean, is that a good thing, bad thing, or is it
I think
just
it's a good thing.
indifferent?
It means like, hey, he got off to a slow start last year. He ended up I think he ended up like 285. Like, I think, when we think of superstars so many times, we almost think they're infallible. Like they can't go through, when like the other team guy comes up to bat in a big spot, you're like, oh, this guy's up again. And like, he always seems to come through. Right. And then your guy is scuffling along. You're like, what's wrong with our guy? But, this happened to him last year as well. He got off to a kind of a slow start.
And, Aaron Judge right now is just like lights hot, red hot. But, in New York, and it's louder in New York about Judge, probably because he hasn't had that moment, but he's fallen short in, October and in the playoffs. But it's like, oh, well, we're going to get Judge in April and May when he's scorching hot. But when we need him in October, November, he's going to be nowhere to be found. So my point is, do you want your star to be struggling and trying to come alive now instead of the opposite?
Yeah. All right. Let's, you take a look at, let's see if he kind of gets himself going here because he did have a couple hits last night. I said, the guys they paid the money to, look, this is your blueprint. 2, 3, 4, 5, the 4 highest paid players on the team. They had 10 hits between them last night. Schwarber home run, Castellanos home run. So the 4 highest paid players came through. Your top end pitching came through. You win the game 8-4. There's your blueprint. What a concept. Yeah. The guys you pay a lot of money performed for you.
Yeah, but it's absolutely crazy. Who would have thunk it? Did you see, too, they were predicting, I think Jeff Passan predicted that Schwarber, his next contract, he's going to be a 9-figure guy, which I'm not totally surprised at, but I don't know if you saw that article.
I think I might have heard somebody graze this earlier. We were talking yesterday, one stays, one goes, Schwarber versus Real Muto. And I think Schwarber is the obvious answer of the guy you want to keep.
Yeah.
But you have no catcher in the system at all. So how can you and now you're in a spot like, okay, I can't let Real Muto walk. You got to bring him back, and what do you got to pay him to come back, potentially?
Right, exactly. Yeah, what type of contract is he garnering? Probably a bigger one.
That's a tough one.
It's a really tough one. It's Schwarber on the surface, but it's not that easy.
Yeah, if you just said pick a player, forget fit, then I want Schwarber back. I almost can't picture this team without Schwarber right now.
No, yeah, right. Well said. Me either.
All right. Anything else you want to quickly throw out there, or we hit all your topics today?
No, we kind of just went random all over the board today. I like it. But for a shortened segment, I think we got the job done.
All right. There's today's Rye or Sigh today on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, man. We'll do it tomorrow.
Thanks, brother.
All right, Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. You can watch the show on your home television, your laptop, your devices, all with a click. It's easy to do. All right, coming up, the big news today, Dallas Goedert is back with the Philadelphia Eagles. How does that impact things? Plus, George Pickens is in the NFC East. If you're just joining us, I'll explain that coming up next on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, 5:30, Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN. Earlier we played Stump the Sports Geek. Josh didn't do too well, but we'll do it again next week. We'll try to, I don't know, I gave you a pretty good topic, Eagles today.
You did. I think that there were probably 2 questions I should have gotten right, and I didn't.
2 hours later, are you disappointed by your performance?
Well, of course I'm disappointed. If I wasn't disappointed, I'd be an idiot. I'd be oblivious.
Not really. I mean, you say, hey, listen, I tried my best, didn't do well.
I'm very hard on myself, Mike.
Well, today's Stump the Sports Geek. We'll do it on Wednesdays for a pair of tickets. Today we did the Colin Jost tickets for from Saturday Night Live. He's going to be at Ocean Casino Resort. Next week, we'll have a different category for you. We'll see how that goes.
I'm looking forward to the fact that you're going to do different categories each week. That's going to make it fun.
Yeah, I mean, if I run out of Eagles questions. I gave you 10 toughies today.
You did.
Yep. So, couple things, Eagles related here. George Pickens is traded to Dallas today. Does that change anybody's opinion of Dallas at all? Does that move the proverbial Dallas needle?
I think it has to move the needle a little bit just because of the fact of who George Pickens is. Is he a malcontent? Is he a guy that there's a reason why they got rid of him? Absolutely. But it doesn't change the fact that he is a phenomenal talent.
It's funny. Is having a phenomenal talent who's a malcontent, is Dallas the place that you want him to end up?
Well, if you're an Eagles fan, yes.
Well, I know. Is it just is it a fait accompli? By the way, yesterday we talked about the odds. The Eagles are minus 140. The Commanders are plus 205. Dallas is plus 700 at one of the sports books. So, yesterday, I don't know what sports book Adam was using, but they were plus 800 at that sports book. Was that enough to just sway it that much?
I mean, again, it depends on your perspective of Pickens. I think that whether you're an Eagles fan or not, you got to admit that Pickens is, a top 15 receiver in the league.
Yeah, Pickens, by the way, in 3 seasons, it's about 1,000 yards a year. He's just under 2,800 yards. He's an end zone guy. He finds the end zone. He's a big play guy. This makes Dallas's offense definitely better. Way better, in my opinion. Way better. Not to mention, you're adding Dak Prescott back. Now, I know there's a lot of dissension on whether or not Prescott's good or not. When Prescott is playing well and he's healthy, I don't know if he's a top 10 quarterback anymore, but he's probably in the top 15.
At worst.
And you give him CeeDee Lamb, and he's never had anybody else to throw to really on the other side. Their second wide receiver has been pretty poor during the Prescott era. You now have given him his best 2 receivers at the same time for the first time ever. And their offensive line, I think, has gotten better. And listen, I think one of the problems with Dallas is last year, the injuries, they got a terrible situation with the injuries in the middle of that or early in the year, and they never recovered from it. They went 7-10 with Cooper Rush as the quarterback. I mean, you could make an argument that if Dak Prescott's the quarterback of that team that last year, maybe they're 10-7, and now they just added Pickens.
Maybe. I think to me the larger question is, it gets back to something that was brought up earlier today. I think it was Jeff Mosher brought up, which is Brian Schottenheimer. Brian Schottenheimer is now the guy in charge in Dallas. And how much confidence do you have in him making all these pieces work? Because you know how it is, Mike. On paper, a team can look a certain way, but if the coaching staff doesn't know what they're doing, or the players don't buy into the coaching staff, what's on paper doesn't matter.
Yeah, this is a 3rd-round pick and a 5th-round pick. By the way, I got to say, I think the deal – who do you think won the deal?
Oh, I think Pittsburgh won the deal long term.
I'll phrase it like this. Roseman gave up a 3rd-round pick for Dotson.
Mm-hmm.
Dallas gave up a 3rd-round pick and a 5th-round pick for Pickens.
Because he's a malcontent.
So the malcontent part of it is enough.
Absolutely. If you go off of Pickens' production, and he was a model citizen.
2,800 yards in 12 touchdowns in 3 seasons. So there you go. You talk about going off the production. That's his production.
I would say that he should have garnered at least a 2nd and 4th round pick. At least. If not maybe a first.
I mean, yeah, I'm just, you look at that and say, look, you gave up a third-round pick to get Dotson. This guy's going to be way more now, you're saying, because he's a malcontent. Okay. It definitely addresses an area of need for Dallas. They had the weakest number 2 receiver probably in all of football, and now they might have one of the top 3. You're putting Dallas's wide receiving core all of a sudden, the 2 of them, with Philadelphia, with Cincinnati. Who else would be in that conversation?
Minnesota.
Okay.
I'm trying to think aside from Minnesota. 49ers just traded away Debo, so they're kind of out of the
you could put McLaurin and Debo somewhere maybe in there.
McLaurin and Debo for sure. Oh, Miami with if they keep Tyreek Hill.
Hill and Waddle. So all of a sudden Dallas.
By the way, Godwin and Evans in Tampa.
Definitely. So all of a sudden Dallas goes from a one-trick pony to now having and by the way, Dak Prescott last season when he did play was 15th out of 40 qualifying quarterbacks in deep ball accuracy. So they could get big plays with Dak Prescott throwing down the field to George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb. Look, one area where Philadelphia is lighter now is at corner. Kaylee Ringo, Adoree Jackson. I still contend that Mac McWilliams will be a factor. And I don't know if you saw Jeremy Fowler's piece over at ESPN.com today. He suggested as well how much they like Mac McWilliams, and they think that he's a guy that is going to surprise as well. That's the guy out of the draft that I said that I liked a lot. But the Eagles are definitely weaker at corner without Darius Slay, and now you just enter George Pickens into the division and have to play them twice.
And look, you mentioned about Prescott. He has not had a legitimate 1-2 wide receiver combination since at least 2019 when he had Amari Cooper and Michael Gallup at the peak of their abilities. So,
as I said, this is the best duo of receivers that he's ever had.
Well, it's at least on par with what Gallup and Cooper did.
The CeeDee Lamb and Pickens are light years better than Gallup and Cooper. Way better. Cooper's one of those interesting guys. He's been somewhat of a disappointment as a number one, as a first-round pick that when he came out, people thought he was going to be like the change the game level of wide receiver. He has never really been all that impactful. He's kind of been like a 2. He's bounced around. Now he's a free agent,
Yeah. His best year in Dallas, Amari Cooper, by the way, I'm just going to get the numbers real quick. That 2020 year, he had 92 receptions. So, there was a couple years there. 1 year he had 8 receiving touchdowns for Dallas. So
he's been solid, but many people thought he was going to be a superstar. I'm saying he's not CeeDee Lamb. There's CeeDee Lamb. You could make an argument that Pickens is better than Cooper at his best.
It's possible. I can see.
And Michael Gallup.
Well, I'm just saying that's the best one I can find.
Yeah, they're not. But that's my point. Is they're not in the same stratosphere.
So again, if Pickens can stop being a headache, to use Nick Earnshaw's term, we're looking at how good is Dallas's offense? Like, how many points per game do you think they can be?
I was saying earlier this morning, I was on Birds 365. We were talking about this. I think Dallas's offense, what did they score last year?
I'm pulling it up right now.
I think their offense is significantly better than last year. One, your quarterback last year was, Cooper Rush. Come on, he's sub-NFL. He's not a.
They averaged, they were horrible. They were 20 points a game. 20
exactly, yeah, exactly. 20.6 points a game last year. So I think that number for them probably goes up to about 23, 24 points a game.
Well, the year before, in 2023, they were 29.9. They were just a hair under 30 points a game.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and their defense last year was 31st in the league, points against, 27.5. A lot of that chunk came early in the year when they had a lot of injuries. And keep in mind, they fired Mike Zimmer and now Matt Eberflus, who's a pretty, he's a astute coordinator. I think that's a big upgrade for them too, coupled with all the injuries they had last year. I think that the division just got way more interesting. I think it was a 2-team race until now. I think Dallas has now entered and said, hey, don't forget about us. They've had a quiet, sneaky offseason.
They have. I just feel like by the end of the year,
But could be combustible, by the way.
right? The end of the year will be combustible, and I won't until I see George Pickens go through a 17-game schedule without causing somebody problems. Then I'm going to be like, wow, this is a home run move. Right now, I'm playing poker, and I'm hoping my hand holds up, not knowing what the other guys have in their hands.
The other thing is this Justin Simmons stuff. I think Justin Simmons is going to be interesting to see if the Eagles. Now, there was Brian Baldinger said this on the NFL Network today. This is what Baldy said about Justin Simmons, who we all remember, or we should remember, played for Vic Fangio in Denver. He is a free agent. His name has been tied to Philly, not because Philly seems all that interested, but because Justin Simmons is interested.
Right. Simmons has gone on multiple shows, one of them being the Up and Adams show on FanDuel TV, and others saying, I want to go to Philly. I want to reunite with Vic Fangio. He has overtly said that.
Here's what Brian Baldinger said today on NFL Network.
It's not just a reunion with Justin Simmons and Vic Fangio. He wants to come to Philadelphia. He wants to be there. They drafted Andrew Makuba out of Texas, which is good. They've drafted Sidney Brown to go with Reed Blankenship. There's players there, but nobody with the numbers, the interceptions, like really the leadership that he can provide. They lost Darius Slay. They lost some leaders in that secondary. He provides that. He's another very, very smart guy, understands the game, high football IQ. And when he wants to be there, he wants to come to Philly. Just find him a house in South Jersey. He's gonna be here. He'll be fine.
So there's a couple things there. One, he wants to be here. Two, he knows the defense. Three, and I think this might be the big one. How much do the Eagles look at their defense losing Brandon Graham, Milton Williams, Josh Sweat, Darius Slay, Oren Burks? That's 5 key guys. How much do they say we need a leader on that defense somewhere? We have so many young players who we like. Quinyon Mitchell, Cooper DeJean, Reed Blankenship, Jalen Carter, Zach Bond. But we need somebody else to be kind of a voice in there. You go into a season in the secondary with Kaylee Ringo, Reed Blankenship, Drew Makuba, and Quinyon Mitchell, and Cooper DeJean. That's 5 pretty young players. Do they want to get a voice that is, as Baldy said, a leader in that room? That is one reason why I think Justin Simmons is in play here.
I think that might be the biggest reason, Mike, because at the end of the day, this organization saw what happened when they didn't have leadership on defense in the 2023 season.
Somebody texted in, by the way, Dallas had Amari Cooper and CeeDee Lamb together for a couple years. That's their best receiving core to date. I would agree. The Cooper-Lamb duo would be better than Cooper and Gallup. But Cooper's still been disappointing.
Let's see here. I'm looking up Cooper. So it looks like Cooper and Lamb's best year together was 2021. That's the year that they averaged, how many points? They averaged 31.2 points a game.
Pretty good.
First in the NFL that year.
Yeah, pretty good. Was that the year? What year was that?
2021.
What was the year that they were rocking and rolling and Dak got hurt when he hurt his ankle?
Oh, that was 2020.
Yeah, they were unbelievable that offseason. Not that offseason. They were unbelievable that season, and then Dak got hurt. Their defense was an abomination that year, though.
I'm looking up how many points per game they scored. Well, I can't go off of the year. I have to go off of the games.
Yeah, because he ended up getting hurt, Dak, and then they just fell apart with Cooper Rush. I think was the backup quarterback on that team.
The defense was so bad that year that they were scoring 40 points,
Horrendous.
31 points, 38 points, 37 points, and they lost half those games.
609-403-0973. Guys, I thought people were sleeping on Dallas. I thought they were better than Washington. Now they definitely are, says Terry.
That's interesting. I'd like to know from Terry, what is it about Dallas to him that makes them so much better now? Because to me, I think you can make still a strong argument for Washington being number 2 in the division.
There's one thing that I think is big here, and that is the schedule. We went over the Washington schedule last year. They won 1 game against playoff teams.
Correct.
Their schedule difficulty is going up big time. Are they ready to make that jump?
It's a very good question, to which I would flip the coin and say, how much do you believe Brian Schottenheimer is going to be the head coach to get the most out of this team?
Undetermined at this point.
The guy's never been a head coach. And frankly, there's a reason why the guy interviewed for numerous head coaching jobs for over a decade plus, never got them.
Although Mosher brought up a good point today about him and, who did he say?
Well, he was the offensive coordinator when they had CeeDee Lamb and Tyler Lockett in Seattle.
Well, CeeDee Lamb didn't play in Seattle.
No, he was talking about DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett, how he has experience with two high-level receivers.
Gotcha. All right, 546, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Got the Bet365 Play of the Day coming up. Phillies lineup. If you're watching on the YouTube channel, you see it scrolling at the bottom of the screen and on the X platform. We got the Bet365 Play of the Day for you. We'll get that out and more on the Sports Bash. You want to text in before we get out of here. Did the Cowboys trade of George Pickens do enough to make it a 3-team NFC East race now? A lot of people said, I wasn't worried about the Cowboys. I wasn't one of them. I think the Cowboys were a team you had to keep an eye on. But now, has Pickens added to the offense changed your outlook? We'll return next on the Sports Bash. All right, time for the Bet365 play of the day. We'll get you out of here with the play of the day. Bet365 play of the day. Josh, how'd we do last night? I don't even remember what my play was.
Well, Mike, you nailed it last night. Pacers, Cavs, over.
Yeah.
Hit that over, smashed it, take it to the bank. You are now 160, 108, and 1.
It's 160 wins, 108 losses, and 1 tie. Push, if you will. That's making you guys a lot of money with the Bet365 play of the day. I got 2 more for you tonight. They're going over both the games tonight. Oklahoma City over 230.5, and the Knicks and the Celtics over 210.5. That's my Bet365 plays of the day. So lock those in, make yourself a couple bucks. I'm 160, 108, and 1 on the season. So check out that for my Bet365 plays of the day.
Really quick, what was the over for Boston, New York?
210.5.
210.5. Thank you, sir.
So lock those in, play them. 160, 108, and 1. If you've been playing these plays since we started the Bet365 play of the day, you are cashing tickets left and right and cashing. Should be listening to myself.
You should. I don't know why you don't.
I don't know why I don't either. It's a bad job by me. All right, about to get out of here on this Wednesday night. Tomorrow, right here, we'll get ready to wrap up the Phillies and Rays series, which, by the way, the only change in the lineup tonight is Rojas is in the lineup and Marsh is out of the lineup tonight. That's it. Everything else is exactly the same. Christopher Sanchez. By the way, you know what's a number I always like to look at with Sanchez?
Strikeouts.
You read me like a book there, Josh. Strikeout number for Christopher Sanchez to see what that number. It's usually like in the 5.5, 6 range. Let's see.
I know Wheeler hit his over on the strikeouts last night.
Right now, by the way, right now, if you bet the Phillies on the run line, you can get plus 110 if you want to get the Phillies on the run line, if you think that they're going to do something there. Let me get the quick Sanchez here. Strikeouts, 6. Yep, over under 5.5. Over under 5.5.
That sounds like a good bet to me. Take the
minus
over.
135. Not great odds on that, but you always like to throw the Sanchez strikeouts.
Hey, maybe same game parlay it, with the Phillies run line.
I will say this. The positive, which we didn't touch on, is that Sanchez is back out there pitching after he had that little bit of a scare. He threw his last time. He did look a little quirky his last time out there. That wasn't the smoothest game by Sanchez, so hopefully he follows it up.
He pitched his way through it, and he got the job done.
All right, that'll do it for me. Josh has game night up next, followed by Denver, Oklahoma City, right here on 97.3 ESPN. Have a great rest of your night, everybody. I'll talk to you tomorrow.